Here we are.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Stephen Daish. I'm the chair of the hearings panel for the New Plymouth District Plan review process. And just before we go to other procedural matters, again, can we please impose on you, Sarah, or not impose, but ask you to start us with a karakia. Morning, Sarah.
O tēnā tātou, e mihi kau ana kia koutou katoa. Kua tae mai nei ki tēnei hui anō, he karakia tīmata, kia uru mai, aho ora, aho kaha, aho maia, ki runga, ki raro, ki roto, ki waho, rere rere hau, pai mārere. So to bring us courage, strength, vitality, and everything around us for the hearing today.
Thank you very much, Sarah. David, could you just introduce yourself to the hearing as well?
Yep, certainly. Good morning, everybody. David McMahon. I'm a planning practitioner based in Wellington. I've been doing independent commissioner work since 2001. This is hearing 20, I think, of the New Plymouth one, of which I've been involved in several up until now. As per this topic, these are new port zone and major facilities are new areas for me. I've had an overview of the of both the port zone and an aerial overview of the major facility zones by helicopter last year, and I think we've visited one of the production facilities that, if it's not one of the major facility zones, it's been requested to be included as a major facility zone. In terms of my involvement in planning, I like to refer to a 360-degree involvement, whereby I've been involved in preparing consents, processing consents for councils, hearing and preparing policy provisions for councils, and also designations and other resource consent matters. So it gives me a good perspective of the different views that different parties bring to the table on matters such as district plans. So looking forward to the next 2 days, Stephen.
Yes, thank you for that introduction, David. It was Greymouth Petroleum that we had a visit of their production facilities, and certainly some of their key facilities are in the MFZ, but we're not hearing from them as part of this process. They seem to be comfortable enough as a submitter, but look, just in terms of our process, just wanted to confirm with everyone, and some of you would have heard this before, so bear with me. David, myself, Antoine Coffin and Kit Littlejohn, we are independent commissioners. We have been appointed by the New Plymouth District Council to hear and make recommendations on all matters associated with the New Plymouth District Plan review. We have issued in our minute 4 a statement of interests, which include work that we have either done for the council previously or in the New Plymouth area. And under that minute, we asked for any concerns with our independence and the way we're managing the various potential conflicts that were raised. And that's largely through parties that have had involvement in and around certain areas. Some of the panel have stood down from the hearings, and this is an example where Commissioner Coffin and Littlejohn have had some past experience in and around the port area working on projects. So that's led to David and I being the quorum for this hearing. So just wanted to double check, just for the record, whether there's any Any concerns with David and I proceeding with these hearings? Okay, I'll take that as a no. Right, the next thing to discuss is we are on the Zoom platform, and it does require obviously a different style. We will be asking Christine to bring up plans and other matters where we find the plans are useful, but it's nothing like being in a hearing in terms of just getting the most out of the hearing for us. So while it's slightly compromised, we've made a decision to box on under this format. The hearing is recorded, so we do have both a verbal and a written transcript. Sorry, a verbal and oral transcript we can refer back to in our deliberations. The last thing I'd like to do before we sort of start the hearing will be just take a roll call. We've heard from myself and David, so just looking around the room. Well, firstly, are there any questions about the hearing or procedures from any of the parties? Okay, we'll start with you, Christine, for a meet and greet. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Christine, and I'm part of the administration team for the hearing.
Yes, thank you, Christine. Sarah Mako, we'll hear from you again.
Tēnā tātou anō, Sarah Mako Teko Teitanga, appearing tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Sarah. Richard Bain.
Kia ora, my name's Richard Bain. I've provided landscape evidence on behalf of council.
Thank you, Richard. Keith, I see you there.
Tēnā tātou. Good morning, commissioners. Another busy week ahead. Keith Holswich, Ngāti Rahiri Hapu. I'll be presenting tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keith. Hamish, you're next.
Good morning, everyone. Hamish Wesney, reporting officer for the council for the major facility zone.
Thank you, Hamish. Julia Williams, that's a familiar name.
Okay.
Hello, Julia.
I'm just trying to get myself adjusted. There you go. Yes, good morning. I'm a landscape architect. I'm providing evidence for the port.
Thank you, Julia. There's someone here with a Brontel, so yes, here we go. Yes.
Yeah, kia ora. My name's Bronte. Sorry, it's Bronte Lincoln.
Okay, there you go.
Yes. I work with Hamish from Bopama School, and I have been assisting with this district plan review for the major facility zone chapter.
Welcome, Bronte. Jacob's next on my screen.
Kia ora tātou, Jacob Stenner. I am a policy advisor with New Plymouth District Council's district planning team, and I'm the reporting officer in relation to the port chapter.
Welcome. Stephen Quinn.
Yes, good morning, commissioners and parties. Stephen Quinn, I'm counsel for Todd Energy and Todd Generation, and we're presenting this afternoon.
Hello, Stephen. Thank you for that. Morgan, you've popped up. Morgan Slyfield.
Good morning. My name is Morgan Slyfield. I am legal counsel for Port Taranaki, and you'll be hearing from me along with Port Taranaki's witnesses this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Morgan, for that. Chris Pye.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. My name's Chris Pye. I am from Todd Generation, and I'll be providing evidence this afternoon.
Thank you, Chris. Maria, I see you there.
Kia ora tātou, Maria Hokapura for Te Kāhui o Taranaki, presenting evidence tomorrow. Kia ora.
Thank you, Kia ora, Maria. Sarah Edwards.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Edwards and I'm the District Plan Lead at New Plymouth District Council.
Thank you, Sarah. Ross, I can see you popped up there.
Kia ora, everybody. My name's Ross Dingle from Port Taranaki, and I'll be presenting this afternoon.
Thank you. Welcome, Ross. And last but not least, we've got Janice Carter.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Janice Carter. I'm the planner for Port Taranaki, and I will be presenting this afternoon.
Thank you. Welcome back to our hearings, Janice.
Thank you.
Right. Right. Without further ado, we'll hand over to the Staff 42A reporting team, and we're starting with Jacob Stenner in relation to the special purpose zone for port activities. Thank you, Jacob.
Thank you, Christine. I'm correct that you'll share the presentation. Yep, here we go. Okay, yeah, good morning again, everyone. So as per previous hearings, I'll just begin by giving a bit of an introduction to the chapter, and this will include some context, the approach taken within the operative district plan, the shift to the proposed district plan, and a look at the submissions received and some of the key matters remaining in contention. So just to begin with some context, the port was established in 1875. It's the only deep water port on the west coast of the North Island. Port Taranaki is 100% owned by Taranaki Regional Council and governed by an independent board of directors. But I just note there as well that there are other parcels of land within the zone that are in private ownership. For example, the former Fonterra Cool Stores site. The area is within the Rohe and is of particular importance to Ngāti Te Witi Hapu. Directly to the south of the port zone is an escarpment containing land zoned for Māori purpose and residential activities. So this area is proposed for the Ngamutu Marae and associated development. Thanks, Christine. Just taking a look at some of the activities within the zone. So the land uses in the zone are predominantly characterised by heavy industrial activities, including large bulky buildings, noise and dust generating activities, stockpiling and hazardous substance storage. However, there are a number of other lighter industrial type activities that make up the zone. Ngamutu beach area and the mixed use port area also provide for recreational and commercial development. The beach area is recognised as a port-related commercial undertaking under the Port Companies Act. So this area is used from time to time on an infrequent basis by the port for the landing of cargo that cannot be safely or efficiently landed at an alternative berth. Thanks, Christine. So just on this slide, I just thought it might be useful in terms of getting some bearings to have a bit of a look at some of the land uses and features in the area. This isn't an exhaustive list by any stretch, but just provides a bit of context. So you'll see the tag to the north, breakwaters. So basically we have the main breakwater in that location, and then to the southeast of this, the lee breakwater. Moving around these marked locations clockwise, we come to an area that's marked commercial, and this contains various cafes and commercial spaces, including some marine servicing activities, retail services such as hunting and fishing, and dive related retail activities. There are also some boat sheds in this area. To the east of this is the public boat ramp and car park space. So if we continue to move clockwise, we come to the eastern reclamation. So this is currently occupied by a storage facility and a prefabricated building workshop. Part of this area was also recently used as a storage space for component parts of wind turbines associated with the Waipipi wind farm in South Taranaki. So if we keep coming around, we have the former Fonterra Cool Stores site. It's just the buildings just north of the tag there. This area will be subject to the rezoning hearing, so won't be discussed in any great detail within this hearing. Continuing around, we have Ngamutu beach area. which is a publicly available space, very popular recreation area. And moving around, we have to the area marked wharfs. We've got the Blyde, the Newton King Tanker Terminal, and the Motoroa wharfs. Surrounding these areas are various bulk storage and handling facilities for bulk liquids such as oil, gas, petrochemical, tallow, and molasses, as well as dry stock storage, including logs, stock feed, and the like. We can see Mikatahi is just to the south of the mark noted there. So that falls within the boundaries of the port zone and precincts. And I understand that the panel will be familiar with this particular feature from previous hearings, in particular the hearing on outstanding natural features and landscapes. And then finally, we have the Methanex storage tanks and the former power station and chimney. Again, this is a bit of a brief rundown, and there are various other facilities such as Liquid Gas Technics, New Zealand Oil Services, who all operate facilities within the zone. Thanks, Christine. Just moving on to the approach taken within the operative district plan. The area contained within the proposed port zone is subject to a mix of industrial D and open space zones. There are no specific objectives, policies, or rules applying to the site. The exception to this is the presence of the port noise control boundaries, which set particular noise limits for the port and place certain restrictions on development of noise sensitive activities within the area. Thanks, Christine. Moving on to the key resource management issues that were identified in the Section 32A report. These relate to explicitly recognising the specialised nature of the activities associated with the port and the important contribution they make to the district and wider regional or national economies. Ensuring that the facility and associated activities are afforded sufficient operational and development flexibility to meet their current and future needs, and managing the impact of existing activities and any future development on the adjacent receiving environment. Thanks, Christine. Through the district plan review, work began to address these resource management issues, and through this, a concept plan for the area was developed alongside Port Taranaki. This work involved the preparation of a landscape assessment, which was undertaken by Mr. Bain in 2018, which determined appropriate heights for structures within the various areas making up the zone. Thanks, Christine. And so moving on to the proposed district plan.
Jacob, could you just flick back, or Christine? So that is the yellow line, the extent of the landscape assessment that Richard Bain undertook.
I believe so. Richard, could you possibly answer that question?
Yes, the yellow line's the extent of the view catchment that was part of that assessment. You can just see the words written in the right-hand corner.
All right. Oh, it's view catchment plan.
Yeah, it shows the extent of the main views that I assessed.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification, Richard.
Cool. Yeah. So moving on to the proposed district plan, the PDP establishes a special purpose port zone with an objective and policy framework, which seeks to recognise the importance of the facility, to provide for its operating requirements and the effects associated with these, and to manage the effects of the facility. It also establishes a precinct to manage land uses and matters such as structure heights is probably a key one managed under those. Thanks, Christine. So just before moving on, I'll talk briefly about the use of zones and precincts and the national planning standards. The proposed district plan approach to the port zone aligns with the National Planning Standards Framework, which has specifically provided special purpose zoning for locally and regionally important facilities. The precinct that applies to the port zone is a spatial layer that sits over the top of the same spatial extent of that underlying zone. So this is shown on the planning maps as a brown line. It's the precincts that set out the site-specific rules and effect standards for each area. To provide a bit of background on the precinct, thanks, Christine. To provide a bit of background on the precinct plans prior to aligning the PDP with the national planning standards, the district plan team worked alongside facility operators, in this case, Port Taranaki, and their consultants to develop concept plans to determine what needed to be managed, to indicate appropriate sub-areas within the sites and areas for future development that were anticipated during the life of the PDP. And aligning with the MPS, the spatial layers under table 18, which is just the previous slide. Thanks, Christine. Just quickly. Sorry, previous slide. Go back one more. Yep, thank you. The spatial layers under table 18 were assessed, and it was determined that the precincts were appropriate to control activities. I understand that at the time, the Ministry for the Environment confirmed that the approach taken aligned with these MPS requirements. Just to the next slide. Thank you, Christine. Cool. So just before looking at the provisions in a bit more detail, it's useful to step through the precinct plan, and also I'll talk through some of the overlays that apply to the site. So here we have displayed the precinct plan for the Port Precinct. The area with the orange colour is the Port Operation Area A, and this applies to the majority of the port operational area, and also includes the cool stores and port offices. Most of Port Taranaki's main functions take place within this area. It includes the things that I outlined before, such as the wharves, a lot of the storage facilities, and the like. Port Operational Area B, indicated by the small yellow area to the east, applies to the operational area located on the Eastern Reclamation on Ocean View Parade. So this area is not part of the secure port facility. And generally provides for the activities that are existing in that area, being those larger storage facilities. Moving on to Port Operational Area C, this is the darker blue colour, sort of immediately at the foot of Paretutu in the west of the precinct. This applies to the Port Operational Area, which is again not part of the secure port area. The area is transversed by the national grid and is currently occupied by a mix of non-port activities. Operational Area D to the south of this. This is the port industry area and applies to industrial sites which have had a long association with the port, and the activities within it are generally port related or have a need to be located near the port. Area E to the east is the mixed use port area, and it is the area enclosed by Lee breakwater and generally provides for marine related recreational and light commercial activities. And then we finally have Area F, which is the Ngamutu Beach area, and I've described this already, but generally provides for a recreational area. There's some club rooms in that space for the New Plymouth Sailing Club and the like. Cool. I think if we get
Jacob, just a couple of questions.
Yes.
Just below the Area F, there's a orange dotted area. What's the? I can't follow the key with that.
I believe it might be the extent of a sesame.
Oh, okay, so it's an archaeological site.
Yeah, so I will hop into the E-plan in a moment, and we can have a bit of a closer look. But I believe the area you're talking about is the land that's earmarked for the Ngamutu marae.
And there's that Maripurpose zone.
Yes, correct.
But it's not part of Area A as well, is it, or is it?
No, it's not. I'm not sure if we're talking about the same space here.
Well, I think, yeah, where the arrow is.
Commissioner Dash, it's Sarah Mako, I'm not sure if it's popped up on your screen. Just to provide some guidance, I think that's the area, that's Otakapa. I understand it's Otakapa, so that's the cool stores site. So the land, Ngāti Te Whiti Whenua Tōpū Trust land is just to the right on the opposite side of Bailey. Yeah,
Yes.
that area.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, cool store site, and also the Port Taranaki head offices are also in that location.
So back to my question, Jacob, it's the same colour underneath as Area A. Is that part of Area A or not?
Yes, correct, it is.
Right. And can you tell me the red and white boundary around that site in the next area is, see that hatching, what's the, again, I can't follow the key to tell me what that.
That is that's the extent of the SESM.
All right. Okay, so that's different actually than the site of significance to Murray doesn't have the white. Yeah, maybe it does. Okay, I've got you. Yes, thank you. And the green hatch line there, what is that? That's a public access corridor.
Correct. Yes. So that's basically the extension of the coastal walkway.
All right. And it stops, it actually does come partway into the operational area, doesn't it?
Around it. So it's traverses, apart from on that small section of the eastern reclamation, it generally follows the existing footpaths and pathways in the site.
Yes.
Yeah.
But does it go through part of the operational area to the left of where the arrow is now? I can see it heading towards Paratutu, is that right?
So it doesn't go through any of the actual physically fenced operational areas, no.
Okay.
Only within publicly accessible parts.
Yes, but the area between the area D and the area F, there's a green hash line. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can. So that will be following, at that point, we'll be following the road reserve.
Okay, so it's not fenced and people can walk through there.
No, so that's, I believe, and that is coming up Centennial Drive. So yeah, public road in that location.
Okay. Thanks for that orientation. Appreciate that.
No problem. Cool. If we just jump back in, and then if we could hop to the next slide. Thanks, Christine. And so just a slide to talk about some of the overlays that apply to the site as well. So obviously it's within the coastal environment area. It's also subject to coastal flooding hazard area. There are various SESM and archaeological sites, as we saw within the precinct. There are also notable trees and few shafts that apply. I wondered, Stephen, at this Commissioner Daish, at this point, if you would like to take a closer look at some of those overlays within the E-plan itself.
All right, Jacob. Yes, it's an incredibly busy area in terms of plan provision. So, you know, just taking us through the E-plan planning maps and the overlays, just to give us the best picture you can, just over the Zoom, Jacob.
Sure. Can people see the E-plan on my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, sorry, I just need to move some of these boxes around. Cool. So if we begin just with I've just got the precinct layer turned on at the moment, and you can, it's slightly light, but you can see a sort of reddy brown area. So that precinct follows exactly the location of the zone itself as well, the underlying zone. So you can see it sort of traverses these. This is the Cool Stores site, some of the wharfs up here, and the industrial area down here to the south, power station, and Paratutu just sitting outside of the zone. So then if we come through some of the overlays that apply to the site, I guess one of the key ones that's come up is the coastal environment. So if we turn on the coastal environment layer, you can see that basically the entire operational area of the port is contained within the coastal environment. There's a small section of the port industrial area on the opposite side of Centennial Drive. which is located outside of the coastal environment.
Jacob, just if you'd stop there. So from my reading of the papers, there is a contest in relation to the applicability of the coastal environment of this area. And if so, what provisions in the coastal environment might apply? Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, that's right. And I guess in my 42A report, it was really trying to do a bit of scene setting and a bit of a heads up, but because obviously the coastal environment hearing hasn't come yet. So the submission from Port Taranaki was specifically on the coastal environment. There are sort of some consequential changes that would be required to be made to the port zone if that relief was accepted. But yeah, in terms of how those provisions from the coastal environment chapter apply to the port zone is certainly a matter in contention, yes.
So Jacob, you're a little tentative in your 42A report about this matter, using terms like interim views and so you've been liaising with the 42A author for that, Ms. Macbeth. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, correct.
Yes, and is this something we need to wait to hear further evidence from in that hearing 8 around the coastal environment? And I just wanted to double check, Morgan, if you're still listening in, whether you'll be participating in that coastal environment hearing as well, or whether the port will be participating. If Morgan was there, or Janice.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I'm not sure you can hear me. My understanding is the port certainly will be participating in the coastal environment provisions, but Janice can correct me if I've misunderstood that.
No, absolutely. We've just sent through to you, Morgan, the notice of hearing and the timetable for that. So it's only just, the Section 42 report's only just been sent out. But yes, the port will be defending its submissions on that.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, so just the way we obviously, as we set out in our hearing procedures, we are proceeding on a topic by topic basis, and there's many overlaps between hearings on different matters. So we'll hear and certainly take on board all of the evidence given to us today in the legal submissions, but just signalling that we are, I suppose, well aware that this matter around the coastal environment and its applicability to the port area will be subject to those further hearings. So Jacob, that's really why you've pitched your 42A report in the way you have. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Okay. The other overlap, which we can perhaps talk about now too on this plan, is the Seaport Land Company submissions. My understanding is that relates to an area within the precinct on the old Fonterra cool store sites. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that is an area that's not owned by the port, but is within the port precinct.
Yes.
And there were some hearings a couple of years ago or a year or so ago about that matter. Is that right, just to get myself orientated?
Yeah, that's correct. I can't recall the exact year, maybe 2019, Janice, is that?
Yeah, 2019.
Okay, and that's that area, Christine, if you can move your cursor down in there, that's right.
Yeah.
And that we've had some correspondence with Council around this, and that there's a noise issue and there's a rezoning matter as well, which are all going to be heard in the rezoning hearings, which have been deferred for the moment. Just so everyone understands that. That's the understanding, Jacob?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Yes, and there'll be some new dates put up for that when we work that out with the hearings team. So thank you for that pause, Jacob. That's appreciated. David, do you have any other questions just while we're moving along?
No, I've been following this with interest, particularly the spatial extent of the coastal area environment and how that relates to the port zone and the precinct. There seems to be a very tight match with the exclusion of a couple of areas. I'm also interested in the overlays of some of the other natural features and district-wide overlays, including view shafts, historic heritage, notable trees,
They're all coming up.
sesams.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think. Yeah. Thank you. Back to you, Jacob. Thanks for your help here.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so yeah, just moving on to some of those points that Commissioner McMahon has just asked about. So if I just find my way through. So moving on, we've got the coastal flooding hazard area also applies as notified to the plan. And if I just turn on that extent of that, you can see that highlighted by this sort of very light blue.
So just remind me, this is the flooding?
Coastal flooding hazard area.
This is the inundation layer on the coastal hazard work, is that right?
Yeah, correct. It's another topic that Ms. Macbeth has,
Yes.
I believe those reports went online on Thursday or Friday last week.
Yes.
Yep. Cool. So then also we have I'll just turn off those layers. We have a significant amount of historic and cultural values overlay. So those SESM areas. So we spoke about this one earlier, and yeah, throughout the site there's various SESM within the port industrial area. Obviously, Mikotahi to the north here is another SESM identified.
Yes.
And then also within that layer, we have a number of notable trees within the precinct, particularly along the sort of stretch along Ngāmutu Beach. And then finally,
Jacob, just before you leave the SESM one, and where your cursor is, are they two distinct sites with the boundary that's running north to south?
This boundary here?
Yes, that boundary there.
So this is Bailey Road, and yeah, this land on this side is in the ownership of Port Taranaki, and the land on this side, I understand it to be the area that's One Bailey Road, which is part of the evidence of Ngāti Te Witi Whenua Tupu Trust, so the location of the proposed marae for the area.
Okay.
And so this again falls outside of the port zone and precinct. It's Māori purpose zone.
Okay. Okay, sorry, I didn't appreciate that. So, okay, so that's land owned by the trust. It's outside the zone and precinct, and it's covered by a SESM.
Yes.
And the area to the east of Bailey Road is owned by the port, also covered by a SESM, and is within the port and precinct zone.
West.
Sorry, west.
Yes, correct.
West, sorry, west, yes.
Is that?
Sorry. So a combination
yeah.
area owned by the port, some of it, and then moving into that privately owned section of land. This is the Cool Stores facility here.
Okay. I was going to ask this question earlier, but it's probably appropriate now. The ports, the Cool Stores land and the trust land, well, the trust land's outside of the port precinct. What other, apart from the port, the Cool Stores, what other parts of the port precinct zone are owned by entities other than the port, if any?
It's very limited. I understand. I might just double check that one and come back to you, Commissioner.
Yes.
I believe that Methanex owns some land within the area, and a couple of other small parcels, but the vast majority is owned by Taranaki Regional Council or Port Taranaki.
Yes, maybe that's something we can take up with Mr. Dingle from the port.
I can confirm that Methanex do own a terminal facility within the port operation area.
Am I correct that this is the Methanex?
Yeah, just the
methanol
two
storage?
tanks, just the two tanks, Jacob.
Yes.
Yep. And down to the extent of the long shed. Just go up a bit.
Down here.
Yeah,
Yep.
down. Yeah. Effectively, that area there is owned by Methanex.
Yes. Yes, we had evidence about that, I think, in the hearing 5, or hearing, I can't remember which one, the landscapes. Yes, yes. Yeah.
So while you're there, Mr. Dingle, just to confirm, so apart from that Methanex land and the seaport area, which is the former cool stores, they're the only 2 areas that are not in Port Taranaki ownership?
No. Also, if you're going up Centennial Drive, there's a number of properties on the left-hand side of the road. So on the mountain side of the road that are not owned by the port and are owned by various other entities.
But they are in the port precinct zone.
Yes.
Okay. Jacob and Mr. Dingle, would it be possible to get a spatial representation of that as part of the right of reply?
Yes, absolutely. I believe that we have one available.
Thank you. That was all from me, Stephen.
Yeah, and one last thing, the red and white hatching there, move back, Christine, yeah, around those tanks.
Sorry, that is just a property that happens to be selected.
Oh, that's
no relevant.
there.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's a hazardous substances provisions too. That's the other matter I think you raised, Jacob. I wasn't on that hearing, but David was.
You're correct. I understand that there will be risk contours associated with the likes of the liquid gas facility. And Hamish, I'm not sure if you can, if you wanted to pitch in here at all about any of the other risk contours relevant to the site.
Yes, so at the moment, the liquid gas is the only site with the risk contour. Greymouth Petroleum are seeking risk contours for their facilities, and there's a very small well site near the port, which may have risk contour added to it. That's currently still being worked through.
Are those the liquid gas facilities we're seeing there with the arrow circling around?
Yes.
So what actually happens there, Jacob?
Hamish, I wonder if from your experience from the hazardous substances chapter, if you might have a bit more detail on that operation.
Yeah. So I understand there's 2 bulk storage LPG vessels on that site, and there's a risk contour associated with that facility in terms of area of fatality and fatality risk around it.
So, Hamish, are those vessels, are they for incoming LPG or outgoing LPG?
I can answer that if you like. It's Ross Dingle again.
Hi, Ross. Yes.
Yep. So LPG is piped in from one of the oil and gas sites around the coast.
Yes.
But it's also trucked in as well. So it's in use for storage. From that storage, it can be then piped directly to our Newton King tanker terminal for export to other parts of New Zealand.
Yes.
Or road tankers may come in and load LPG to take around the region.
Yes.
So it's an LPG effectively import from the region, export via ship or trucks.
So Ross, is the exporting done by sort of smaller coastal type ships around New Zealand? That's
Yes, it is.
It's a New Zealand based
Yes, it is.
distribution network.
That's correct.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. These ports are fascinating places in terms of their mix of facilities and provisions. So yes, it's one that this port I don't know that well. I know many of the other New Zealand ports pretty well, but yes, this is invaluable. This Q&A just getting our our bearings on everything.
Stephen, just through you, and while Hamish is still online, I wondered if he could just provide a brief update on what the situation with Greymouth site and the potential risk contour for that site is also.
So nothing specific for this site. Council's reviewer and Greymouth's technical experts have liaised with each other as of last week, and subject to that verification over the next fortnight, Greymouth will then look at its other sites, which would include this site here.
Right, who's controlling the cursor there?
Yes, that's me.
So, okay. So that's the Greymouth site where your cursor is, Jacob?
No, sorry, I'm. Which location of the which Greymouth site are we interested in here, Hamish?
And the well site near the yacht club?
Yes.
So that is down in this general location.
Okay.
So that's a producing well site, Hamish?
Yes, but very small quantities from what I understand.
Yes. Yes, I think I recall that from maybe one of our site visits, someone pointed that out.
Yes. And just for completeness, can Jacob, could you just show us the location of the 2 bulk LPG storage facility? The liquid gas.
Yeah.
The liquid gas storage.
That was where we were. Yeah.
So we were at the liquid gas area previously.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can carry on.
Yeah, just very quickly, the final overlay that I had noted on the slide there was in relation to view shafts for the area. So we have the Upper Wedo view shaft, which places some restriction, I suppose, on the some of this area to the west of the precinct. So we have Centennial Drive here, area C of the port up here, and industrial port zoning to the south here.
Thank you, Jacob. Any other view shafts affected?
A very, very small amount. Doesn't actually impact the port itself.
Okay. Excellent.
Cool. I'll stop sharing there, and if we could go back to the presentation. Thanks, Christine.
Stephen, just through you, Jacob, will you be able to produce those as files for the panel? It's going to be a busy map showing them all, I imagine, but at least showing each of those features, how they intersect with the port zone would be useful.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Jacob, I have one more mapping question before you go on. The precinct plan itself, it's not part of the E-plan maps.
No, it's not. This is a similar point to one we discussed last week for the other special purpose zones, but no, it's a plan that sits within the chapter itself and isn't part of the E-plan maps.
Is that just to avoid more complication, or more, or could it be, or should it be?
That might be something I come back to you on, sir. It certainly would add several additional layers to the E-plan, I suppose, and that there are various sub-precinct areas. It might be something I come back to you on, I think.
And we do have a specific mapping hearing too, so perhaps that's another overlap. I'm pretty sure, I do know that the council team are keeping tabs of all these overlaps, so we'll just be guided by yourselves and Sarah Edwards in terms of any where we might consider those sorts of issues.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Christine. If we could move off of that slide, and now we'll just take a closer look at some of the provisions that apply to the port zone. So looking at the objectives, there are 3 objectives applying to the port. These seek to recognise the contribution that the port makes to the district, provides for their operational and functional needs, while avoiding remedying or mitigating adverse effects, and ensure that the safe and efficient operation, maintenance and repair of the facility is not constrained by other activities. Thanks, Christine. And then sitting beneath the objectives, there is a suite of 12 policies. I won't go through all of the policies in the zone here, but in summary, these identify appropriate areas within the zone for different activities. They allow port activities in all sub-precinct areas and allow mixed use activities in the mixed use area. Basically, just they provide for those particular activities anticipated within those different sub-precincts. They manage activities considered potentially compatible, such as general retail, business services, commercial services, and the like, and avoid incompatible activities, such as sensitive activities, integrated retail, and sort of larger format commercial activities. They manage the effects associated with the port and encourage the incorporation of Mātou Rangamāori into the development and operation of the port. Thanks, Christine. So moving on to the rule framework. Again, I won't talk through each of these, but this table provides an overview of the different activity status for varying activities throughout the different sub-precinct areas. So you'll see the sub-precinct areas listed from left to right, and then their corresponding activity status. As you can see, port activities generally permitted across the board, with some exceptions in the mixed use port area and Ngamutu beach area, where this is limited to quite specific activities. As notified, customary activities and extension of the coastal walkway permitted. Generally speaking, mixed use commercial, recreation and community activities non-complying, with the exception of the mixed use port area. Again, helicopter facilities, depending on the location within the precinct, either non-complying or permitted. Industrial activities similarly, sort of generally anticipated and permitted within those operational areas, and then in those more sensitive, I suppose, environments, such as the mixed use and Ngamutu beach area, they are non-complying. General retail activities generally non-complying. And then the catch-all of any activity not otherwise listed as being non-complying. Thanks, Christine.
Jacob, just through you, Stephen. Jacob, just before you leave that slide, just a couple of questions. The last entry, any activity not otherwise listed, that's a generic default clause, is it?
Yes, it is.
Yes. There are, in some of the policies, activities that are listed which have an avoidance type tag with them. Was there any thought given to specifically listing those activities, or was the generic entry seen to be sufficient to deal with those?
No, that's a good point. And so just for a point of clarification, these are the rule framework as notified. So some tweaks were recommended by myself through a submission received from Port Taranaki on that very point. And so those activities, such as sensitive activities, and I believe all of the other activities listed with the avoidance within the avoidance policy have been specifically outlined.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for that. The second and final question on that table is, have you addressed your mind as to what that table would look like as a result of the coastal environment overlay applying to those activities?
To those activities. Yeah, I have done some analysis, which is sitting in the background of what that would mean. So I guess ultimately the position that myself and Ms. Macbeth for the coastal chapter came to was that, you know, in general, the port zone probably provides quite good coverage of some of those rules in the coastal chapter, accepting that we do think that there's a need for some of those policies in particular to sort of come into play or be engaged through consenting activities where that's triggered in the port zone.
Yes, I guess what I was getting at, Mr. Stenner, is whether for the first 3 rows at least, whether the permitted activity status would be maintained as a result of the notified plan at least, including the port within the coastal environment. In other words, would the port be able to actually undertake port activities as a permitted activity with the inception of the coastal environment?
I might have to come back to you on that point as well. I've done some work off the top of my head. I can't recall the exact response to that for the across the board there.
Yes, I mean it's one of the big issues that you deal with later in your report. But I guess what I'm trying to understand is whether the objective and policy framework of the port, which is to enable and protect port activities and the ongoing operation of a regionally and nationally significant piece of infrastructure, is actually stymied in any way, not necessarily by the port zone itself, but through the intersection of other overlays, particularly the coastal environment one.
I think that sorry if I.
Yes, carry on.
I think that the short answer to that is there would be some implications if that full suite of rules from the coastal environment chapter applied. Yes.
Yes, and what I'm trying to understand is the nature of those implications, Mr. Stenner, is does those permitted activity listings in the first 3 rows actually change to something else by default? Yeah. Okay. Well, just maybe you can keep that in mind as we go through the rest of this.
Yes, sure.
Jacob, I think that's pretty fundamental. It's probably not only in the first three rows, or perhaps the first 5 or 6 rows down industrial activities. Is that something you could check and report back to us? We're hearing from the port this afternoon. Is that quite a bit of work to put that together for us, do you think? Or
no, like I say, I have done some a bit of work in the background on that, so it should be fine to report back later.
I wonder whether we
morning.
do that straight after lunch.
Sure.
Just maybe even if you had a table like this that you could work on, or I don't know, whether however you do it, I think that understanding is quite fundamental, I think.
Yeah.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Jacob.
Cool. If we move on there, thanks, Christine. So then moving on to the submissions received, there were a total of 11 submissions received on the Port Zone chapter, with 95 individual submission points. 7 further submissions and 24 individual submission points were also received. 38 of those submissions indicated support for the provisions as notified, with 58 either supporting in part or opposing the provisions. These were received from a number of submitters, the key ones being Port Taranaki Limited, Te Kotahitanga, Aotearoa, Ngāti Te Witi Hapu, Ngāti Te Witi Whenua Topu Trust, and the oil companies are some of the key ones that submitted on the chapter. If we could just move on there, thanks, Christine. So the key issues raised in submissions, these were identified within my Section 42A report as the role and function of the port zone, enabling activities within the zone, questions around the effect standards, and then providing for greater recognition of cultural values. Thanks, Christine. Recommended amendments in response to submissions. There were various changes to the overview section made. There was a change within the objectives made to providing for new development within the port, not solely sort of the maintenance and repair type aspects. There were amendments made throughout to clarify the intent of provisions. Allowance was made for non-sensitive type Māori purpose activities throughout the zone, and an additional matter of discretion was added throughout, referencing adverse effects on the values of non-scheduled features. Thanks, Christine. Turning to the key matters that remain in contention, height limit for structures remains in contention across the evidence submitted. Port Taranaki have submitted evidence raising concerns around the height limits for structures set and some of the veracity, I suppose, of the information used to inform those limits, and have suggested an alternative approach. Te Kotahitanga o Te Atiawa, Ngāti Te Witi, Whenua-Tōpū Trust have requested greater protection of cultural viewpoints. Specifically, Te Kotahitanga have requested an additional rule is included relating to building activities within the cultural view shaft towards Mikotahi, and Ngāti Te Witi, Whenua-Tōpū Trust have requested that multiple view shafts apply to key features from the Marae development area. And then generally greater recognition of tangata whenua values throughout. Evidence has been provided from Te Kotahitanga requesting an additional matter of discretion is included throughout the rules and standards, ensuring consideration is given to the interests or association of importance to tangata whenua as kaitiaki. They have also requested the strengthening of policy P11, requesting a shift from the encouragement of the incorporation of mātauranga Māori to require the incorporation of the matters outlined in that policy. Port Taranaki have sought additional allowance for activities within the mixed use port area, specifically allowance for wind turbine set down, wind turbine set down and maintenance associated with offshore wind turbine facilities and supplementary port storage. PTO have also questioned the inclusion suggested within my Section 42A report for the inclusion of an additional matter of discretion regarding non-scheduled features. And then just the final point, the obviously a matter to consider is the application of the coastal environment provisions across this zone. Cool. Well, that really brings me to the end of my presentation. Happy to take any additional questions.
David, I think we'll go through our questions now. Do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Sure, I'm happy to do that. And Jacob, I'll be keeping that at a reasonably high level. I guess I've already signalled our interest in the interception of the different overlays, particularly the coastal environment, and noted that you'll come back to us on that in terms of a spatial extent and what that means for the rule table. I'm just going to work through your 42A report in chronological order though, Mr. Stennis. So I just wanted to take you to 4.1.2 on page 7.
One second. Yes.
And there's a couple of themes here. The first is you draw our attention to the NPSUD, and you note that ports are identified as a nationally significant infrastructure in that national policy statement. What I'm not certain, I mean, obviously district plans have to give effect to national policy statements. What's the specific theme or objective or policy in relation to ports in the NPSUD that we need to be cognizant of?
I think so. The definition within the NPSUD of that nationally significant infrastructure doesn't necessarily directly link to specific objectives and policies. It seems to be relate to these qualifying matters, which are outlined in the NPS. I think that more broadly speaking, in terms of the NPSUD, if you just bear with me for 1 minute. I think more broadly, it's probably those kind of overarching objectives about, sorry, sir.
Can I help you out there, Jacob? I think we're looking at the definition of nationally significant infrastructure on page 7 of the NPSUD.
Yes, correct.
Point I after H.
And that's a listing for ports, is it, Ms. Carter?
Just says port facilities.
Yes, okay, yes. So when you say, Mr. Steiner, that ports are identified as nationally significant infrastructure, that you're saying they're defined as?
Yes, that's right.
Yes, okay. And I guess the supplementary question from me there was, well, what does that mean for the MPSUD? What's the direction that the MPSUD is providing in relation to ports that this plan has to give effect to? What are the operative terms?
I'm not aware of that defined term coming through the actual objectives and policies in any specific way. Like I say, it links back to, my understanding is that it links back to some of the qualifying matters listed within the MPSUD.
Okay. Ms. Carter, maybe that's something I could take up with you when you present this afternoon.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay.
Just to follow up, David. Thanks for raising that. I had a similar question which we might cover now. Jacob, you mentioned that it doesn't sort of follow through into the objectives, but I'm looking at Port TZ01, which talks about Port Taranaki as a regionally nationally important port. So given that it seems to have that directional definition in the MPSUD, and also I think the port is covered in the RPS is probably regionally significant.
Yes.
Whether the term important should probably be significant in the would that be more accurate? Probably don't have scope, but just to provide that linkage to those higher order documents.
Yeah, potentially. I'll take a look and I'll have a look at the scope in relation to that particular point, but I take your point on that.
Yeah, it just seems to be that term significant, both nationally and regionally, has got some real, how do we say it? It's actually a term that's used in those higher order documents. And if we are looking at flowing through, that might be something that would make the plan perhaps a little bit more robust from a linkage perspective. So yes, sorry, David. It's
that's fine, Stephen. I had similar questions outside of the MPSUD to the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement and the Regional Coastal Plan, all being, well, with the exception of the Coastal Plan, documents that the district plan have to give effect to, and I think with the Coastal Plan it has to be consistent with is the test. So I'm also looking for similar linkages. When I go through those higher documents, you cover the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement on page 9 of your 42A, and you identify the provisions, but what I'm not seeing, Mr. Steiner, is the answer to the so what question. What does that mean for this plan? Similarly, with the regional policy statement, we see the term regional significance. I see that the term regionally significant infrastructure is not defined in the RPS, and that's something that's come through in other hearings, but the RPS does outline what actually constitutes regional significant infrastructure through a descriptive approach, and it obviously does include the Taranaki port. So again, I'm wondering how the information, the INF objectives and policies flow through to the plan. And then just finally, with the regional coastal plan, the question I've got there is, are there any relevant provisions in the regional coastal plan that we need to be cognizant of in terms of that test of being consistent with that regional plan? So, I mean, I'm covering 3 or 4 key higher order documents there, Mr. Steiner, but I understand what the provisions are. I'm just not understanding the direct implications. So I don't want to put you on the spot. If you feel that's something that you want to reflect on and come back to us on, because clearly there are a number of higher order documents that support the provision of regionally and nationally significant infrastructure. Even the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement has a policy which recognises a sustainable national transport system requires an efficient network of safe ports, and it explains how that can be achieved. This is going to become, I guess, pertinent when we finally hear back from you and Ms. Macbeth on the interrelationship between the port zone and precinct and the coastal environment. So I don't want to use the word balancing act, because it's more than that. It's quite nuanced, but and that's why I asked the earlier questions about how the port precinct facility rules, which on first glance look to be quite permissive, might actually translate if the coastal environment overlay applies directly, and how these higher order documents guide how we land that as a panel, or what your recommendation is in terms of how we land it as a panel.
Yes, sure. I think that's probably something to spend a bit of time on,
Yes.
and to do some wiring and to see how that all links together.
Yes, I mean, it's, as the chair said, it's a very fundamental issue to this hearing, and yeah, it's not just limited to the coastal environment, but obviously the coastal environment is the key player in terms of that intersection with the port zone.
Yeah.
Okay, Stephen, I was going to move on to some more detailed matters, but if you wanted to come in there on that.
Yes, I will. I'm also aware there's some recent pretty important, I think it's Supreme Court, might be Court of Appeal decisions associated with the Port of Otago, Jacob. I haven't actually read all those documents myself, and perhaps Morgan might know them better than I do. I think they're to do with natural character and certainly NZCPS matters. Have you sort of looked at that direction? Ports are inherently, I'll use the word tricky to plan for in district plans, given what I see as a bit of a wrestling match within the NZCPS around different objectives, and not always necessarily pulling in the same way. But yeah, my overall question is, have you looked at that recent series of cases just to see whether there might be any important legal aspects we need to think about for this precinct?
Yes, we myself and Ms. Macbeth have talked about that, and I think it's might have been a whether or not it came up in the hearing, but a point that was relevant to hearing 5 in relation to the ONFLs for the area. So certainly cognizant of that case, and generally of the view that what we have proposed is in keeping with that decision, I suppose.
All right. So we don't we have these sites of significance to Maori, don't we, which are quite a feature here. I'm not sure whether they feature in the Port of Otago scene, but those are scheduled areas, probably not NZCPS or not NZCPS matters per se. Yeah, I'm feeling perhaps a need for someone to join the dots for me, or if there are any dots, just to make sure that our decision making is cognizant of that recent case law.
Yeah, sure. Possibly something to reply back at the close of the hearing.
That would be great. Thank you, Jacob. David?
Yes, I won't keep you too much longer, Mr. Stenner. Just on your page 12, and will you provide some useful background on how the port was dealt with in the operative district plan, and how the district plan review tackled that, and finally how it was landed in the notified plan. I see that that there was a series of industrial zones. I think there was it, yeah, industrial environment areas that covered the port in the operative plan. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And
Yes.
a portion of open space around Numbers
Yes.
Beach as well.
Okay. Has there been any zoned expansion of the port from the operative district plan in terms of the areas covered by those industrial zones and the open space area, or is it pretty much the same?
It's quite reflective. Possibly some of those areas on the southern side of Centennial Drive, those kind of third party may, from memory, have been under a different industrial type zoning, but still certainly zoned industrial.
Right, okay. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is that whether there's been any increase in the spatial extent of what was the quasi port zone, even though it was industrial zones under the operative plan, and the proposed port zone under the proposed plan.
No.
Okay. Okay. I now want to just move to some of the specific policies and rules, and I'm a little bit confused about how the changes to policy P3 dealing with Maori purpose activities and some of the rules with those activities have been landed. I just wondered if you could take us through that. In particular, I see that that Maori purpose activities were identified in policy P4 as a potentially compatible activity, and the recommendation now is to shift them up to policy P3 as a compatible activity. And I accept that there are some exclusions to that relating to papakoinga and home occupations and childcare services, which are in the mixed use zone. I just wondered about the scope for that and the rationale for that potential change.
Yeah, the scope was by way of a submission from Te Kootahitanga, which was quite broad in its scope. And one of the specific matters that they raised in that submission was the provision for Māori purpose activities, and whether and the appropriateness, basically, given the importance of the area to tangata whenua, whether it was appropriate for Māori purpose activities to have that non-complying activity status. So that was the scope. The shift essentially is to provide and to recognise the importance of the area to tangata whenua, to provide some allowance for these activities, noting that sensitive type components of them, I still am of the view that wouldn't be appropriate within the zone. I think this is a matter that a similar matter came up within the airport hearing Thursday, Friday, and I think there are some drafting, a couple of drafting refinements that would be required to clarify those matters a bit, but that essentially is the rationale for that change.
Yes, the term Maori facilities is, Maori purpose activities is quite broad, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And it seems to contain some activities that might fall within the term sensitive activities.
Correct. The likes of papakoinga.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and is that why they've been excluded from that?
Yes, that's right. Part of the discussion last week, again, to go back to that, was around whether it would just be simplify matters to pull out some of those individual components of the Māori purpose definition, and to list some of those that are allowed, rather than have the kind of quite a long list of exclusions, I suppose.
I mean, I guess the directive policy is P5, which is to avoid activities which are incompatible with the role and function. I'm interested to see that these activities have gone from potentially compatible to compatible, which is quite a large jump. Okay, and would have permitted activity status, presumably.
Yeah, that's right. Again, I think this is reflective of the importance of the area to tangata whenua, and partly reflective of the fact that the majority of the land is in ownership of Port Taranaki, obviously, and is very much focused on kind of fundamental port operations, and what is allowed in or what happens in those areas, while the district plan obviously controls the land uses. There's going to be access requirements and the like to allow anything to occur. So I ultimately, I guess that's the rationale. Is I see it as relatively low risk, I suppose.
I understand that. I certainly understand the importance of the area to Murray activities, and I certainly understand the land ownership pattern, and that's why I asked those questions earlier. But I guess the third component is an obligation to avoid inappropriate activities and to manage sensitive activities. And are you saying that the combination of the land ownership, well, the land ownership in itself manages that risk solely? Isn't there an obligation for the plan to also come up with provisions that they're most appropriate to give effect to the policies and objectives?
Yes, I take your point.
Yeah, then do you believe that that range of those range of activities under the heading Murray purpose activities is appropriate as permitted activities in the Port Precinct zone?
I think that it will depend on which part of the sub precinct in many ways. So we obviously have the mixed use commercial area, which I generally think that, yeah, I believe that would be compatible in those areas for sure. And then I suppose there's also the various terms buried within the definition of Māori purpose activities itself, such as customary activities, noting that they had their own listing.
They tend to have their own listing and own policy guidance.
Yeah, so I think aspects such as that, subject to access requirements and things like that, obviously have a place throughout the precinct.
Right. Okay, so what we're left with is sensitive activities, with the exception of Kohanga Reo cultural education and research facilities being non-complying activities in the port zone generally.
Correct.
And those exceptions are largely permitted activities, providing they comply with the effect standards for the appropriate precinct or sub-precinct area. Okay. Okay. I noticed there was a slight typographical error in your report with precinct 4 error, and that should be precinct 10, shouldn't it?
Yes, it should be. So that should have been a correction made throughout certainly appendix 1. So it's precinct 10.
Okay. Yes, that threw me for a little while until I realised the error. But I also noticed that some of the renumberings are a little bit out of sync, and there's a little bit of a difference between your report and the appendix. It's not a criticism by any means. That this happens with work in progresses like this. For example, the change to sensitive activities appears on page 14 of your appendix 1 as and is R14, but it doesn't seem to have the wording that you proposed in your 42A report, which is the except Kohanga Rio culture education and research facilities. Was that the intention to have those words after that rule?
Yeah, there should. So yes, you're right. The wording within the report itself
is the predominant wording.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. And the new rule PC, precinct 10 RXX that appears on page 50 of your 42A.
Mm-hmm.
Is that missing also from Appendix 1?
Yes, apologies, it is.
Yes, okay, that's good.
I think I can see some, again, I think that maybe some refinement is needed to how that rule works between the permitted and non-complying.
Yes,
yes,
that would be good. Both as a substantive level, but also in a numeric, in a numbering sense too.
Yeah.
You might see that, and again, these aren't criticisms, but standards, just an observation that this is a work in progress. R10 on page 14 of the Appendix 1 deals with community facilities, and I think your new 10 deals with it as the non-complying default rule.
Mm-hmm.
So that might just need to be fixed up, and I think some of the subsequent numbering might need to be addressed also through the inclusion of these new rules 11, 12, 13 and 14.
Yes, no, I can see that looking at this table now.
Yep. Okay. It just made it a little bit difficult jumping between the report and the appendix, which I do quite often just to orientate myself. I think I'm nearly there. Just looking for the pink highlights on my notes. No, that's everything from me. Thank you, Mr. Stenner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen.
Jacob, I've also got a few questions just working through your report. The first one is at paragraph 20, page 5, submission point 525.35. I've been working off my laptop without any printing facilities really here at home. So could you just remind me what that submission's about?
This is the deferred submission in relation to the Seaport Land Company.
Seaport Land Company. Okay, thank you. Paragraph 49, your section 4.18 about the regional coastal plan.
Mm-hmm.
When we were hearing topic 5, I think the previous version had been live, but now there's a new version incorporating decision environment court consent orders. Are any of the outstanding matters on appeal associated with the area around the Port Precinct? You know?
Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any, but I might just double check that point.
Yes. All right, and David's talked you through the fact that we're in a consistent with rather than a give effect to test with this RPS, regional coastal plan. Okay. Right. Your 6.2 paragraph 75 on bottom of page 15. Jacob, you use the term "our recommended amendments." Just in terms of the code, are these your recommended amendments, or are you fudging it a little because of the interaction with Ms. Macbeth on the coastal environment?
No, sir. Apologies. There is a typo, and that should read my recommended amendments.
Okay, thank you. Just have a question about your table 1 heading under 203. On page 40, you started with the word compassion, which I presume is a typo. I was trying to work out was it comparison, or what was it meant to be?
Sorry, which paragraph was that?
203, the heading of table 1.
Yes, that should be. It's not a comparison either. It's a. I'm not sure where that word how that has snuck in there. Basically, it's an overview of port zone height limits throughout different district plans.
So if we crossed out the word compassion and wrote an overview, that would be.
Yes, please.
A better term.
Yeah. I think it probably was comparison, but again, it's.
Yes, it didn't seem to work for the, no.
No.
Okay, I was paragraph 220, page 44. The second bullet point about when you got the coastal environment, sort of see that there, coastal environment. So you're linking here the special natural coastal features in and around the port, including Paratutu and Mikatahi Pa, are located within the coastal environment area. This area is managed under the provisions of the coastal environment chapter. Aren't they also, or aren't they more managed under the scheduled areas, and rather than, or does the coastal environment chapter have management provisions associated with those within it as well?
I think that's a good point. The key point would be under the natural landscapes and features as opposed to the coastal chapter itself.
Okay, but also Mikatahi's landscape and also scheduled archaeological and SASM items as well.
Correct.
Yes, I think this is going to be a bit of a head scratcher, this interface between the precinct, the coastal environment, and those scheduled overlays. This card has got some evidence for us on that, and as I said, we may need to look at that again when we hear the coastal environment chapter, just to perhaps hold our power on any deliberations on this chapter until we've worked through that, which is scheduled, I think, for April. Thank you. Yes, 237, 238 on page 46. This is where I think you've used the terms "my initial view" in 237, and I'm generally the view in 238. Is this because of the uncertainty around the coastal environment relevance, or is that, are you tentative because of some other reasons, Jacob?
I think a little bit of a combination there, but perhaps the key one there is within the report, I invited submitters somewhat from Te Kotahitanga and Ngāti Te Witi to provide some suggestions around what might be some appropriate provisions. So that's just an acknowledgement that information was to come in, I suppose.
All right, so you're giving us a direction, you're listening to the evidence, and we'll form a clear view when you do your right reply. I think that's where you were heading with these matters.
Yes.
Stephen, do you mind if I come in there?
Yes, yes.
'Cause I understood that a little bit differently, Mr. Steno. I thought that you were saying that in relation to the overlays, and particularly this was dealing with sites and areas of significance to Maori, that you were happy for the overlay rules to do all the work. But when it came to non-scheduled facilities, you saw a role in the port zone and for the policies at least to provide some guidance on the adverse effects on the values of non-scheduled facilities, such as natural features and the indigenous biodiversity, all of these matters in non-capital, non-initial caps that we dealt with at the hazardous substances hearing that Mr. Wesney will be familiar with. And I noted that later in 245, you've included a matter of discretion along those lines, so that where a consent is required, not because it comes from the overlay chapters, but because the consent's required for another reason, then that would trigger that matter of discretion, at least for restricted discretionary anyway. That's how I understood your distinction between the overlays doing the heavy lifting and the role that the port zone would take in relation to non-scheduled features.
Yeah,
have I got that wrong?
No, that's correct as well. That is correct as well. I think that's a slightly an aside point in relation to the above section about was specifically about the objectives, and that was that kind of where I've used the language such as initial view and generally of the view is sort of in relation to that specifically.
Right, but in any event, you haven't made any recommendation for substantial changes to the objectives, have you?
Not recommended, no.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, Stephen, for that interruption.
No, thanks, David. I'll again, I was just trying to follow through on your paragraph 263, Jacob. You have at the end your relating forward to the coastal environment chapter in 246 to 262, which I think aren't the correct references. But I was just following through, should it be 264 to working my way through,
but basically to 281. Yeah, yes, correct.
264 to 281, I think it was.
Yeah.
In terms of that whole topic. Yes, I've already asked about the Fort Otago cases and whether that's got any relevance in your view, which you'll come back to me on. Yes, in 281, this is where you're reserving your position about consequential change until after the completion of the coastal environment chapter. Or is that after we hear that chapter, or after you see Ms. Macbeth, I think it should be, report, which is now out? Is that, just trying to work out what you're saying to us there?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I think now that report has that position in that chapter, I suppose, current position, while acknowledging that that is subject to submitted evidence coming in and hearings and right of reply. I think that's something that I can spend some time ensuring, I suppose, that the thinking in here is aligned within my section 42A is aligned with the recommendations in that chapter as well.
I think it would be useful if you go through the process before you do your verbal right of reply, or in your verbal right of reply, and just highlight, now that that report's been completed and is officially online, is there any changes to your recommendations based on where Michelle's got to in that report?
Mm-hmm.
Would that be okay?
Yes, sure.
I know we're loading up with a bit of homework, but that's why I think it's a timing issue between the reports, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's always been a bit of a question about how to deal with this.
Okay. Thank you. I just have one final question. It's on your page 1 of Appendix 1, Jacob.
Yes.
I note there's a legal submission from Forest and Bird about the cross-referencing to the strategic objectives. I couldn't see you dealing with that in your 42A report, but I may well have missed it. It's been a long weekend of reading.
Yeah, this is one of the consequential changes that's come through each of the chapters. So I understand that we are getting some advice on this particular point at present, and we'll respond before in due course, I guess.
Yes, we heard from Sarah Edwards about that in the last. I just wanted to join the dots for David, particularly that there seems to be some problem Forest and Bird have with their scope, that they think it was limited, and we seem to have picked up. But Sarah, is there any update on that matter? Save me asking each reporting officer the same question.
No, that's no problem. What it is it comes back to right back from hearing 1, when there is a number of parties, including Iwi and Hapu, Transpower, Forest and Bird. I think we also had Blue Haven in there, as well as Kāinga Ora, all requesting better clarification about the role and what the strategic objectives were within the plan and how they would sit. The Forest and Bird made a submission relating to the particular wording, where they requested at the start of each chapter, they requested that wording would be placed in front of, just above the cross-reference area, to reference the strategic for the chapter 2, for plan users to go back to and understand that there was a linkage back to the strategic objective. They requested specific wording, which was accepted in part by the officer. From there, the panel also requested legal submissions on this matter, and a variety of those came in, and as it was, the panel signalled that particular wording they were comfortable with being used, which has been subsequently put through as consequential amendments. Where the issue lies is that as officers, we have incorrectly related that back to Forest and Bird's relief sort, when in actual fact it was a whole bunch of submitters in there, as well as tied up with that interim guidance. So what we now have to do is, we've incorrectly referenced that the scope came from Forest and Bird, when in actual fact it came from a number of parties. So that's the mistake that's come through, and we as officers have used that same wording over and over again in the consequential amendments. So when there's 2 ways that we can amend this, we can do a correction. We can issue a correction to say that there has been an error in all of those reports. We can do it through that way, or we can come back and correct this through the final plan integration hearing and make that amendment through there. What you'll see is with the timing of the port report, of course, we weren't aware that there was an error that we were making. So Jacob's report and says that wording that we had used. What we'll see now from now on is the reports will have a different type of wording which won't mention forest and bird, but will note that this is the wording that has come through from the interim guidance. So we'll fix that up.
Yes, that was a key piece of thinking that we went through in hearing one, and we certainly were assisted by a number of Council and Lauren Wallace looked at all those and gave us some other sort of feedback. So we were quite comfortable. We had scope and melding together all the various positions to use those sorts of words. Sarah, what would you recommend in terms of, I don't want this to sort of carry on forest and bird not to have a response. Do you think we're best just to deal with that because it's come up in hearing 20, and Jacob's write a reply just acknowledging what you're saying, and perhaps think of, and say that if there's any queries, this could be dealt with, as something to discuss at the plan integration hearing?
Yeah, I think that would be quite a tidy way of dealing with the matter. We could acknowledge the error through there and have that corrected in the right of reply, and signal to Forest and Bird that we will amend that, that they can anticipate that error will stop, and that we can now correct it, all the subsequent reports beforehand at the final plan integration hearing.
Yes, okay. No, that would be a tidy thing. So if you could just note that down, Jacob and Sarah, thanks for the just coming back on. We had initial discussion on this, David.
Yes.
In hearing 18 or 19, I can't remember. So is there any other questions about that, David? You've got the gist of that?
Pretty much so. It sounds like it's just an administrative matter from here on, but it did raise you mentioned of that relationship between strategic objectives and the objectives in the zone chapters and district-wide chapters, raised in question that I forgot to put to Jacob, but I'd just like to put to him now. Mr. Steiner, that question was you don't appear to have made any mention of the strategic objectives in the plan, or if you have, I've missed them. And I wondered whether that was just an oversight, and whether you are able to point to the panel to what you believe are the guiding strategic objectives that are relevant to this zone.
Yeah, sure. I had intended to,
because it's an invite that we put to all officers when they're reporting back, because the I guess if you will, like the interim guidance version, unless it changes in the decisions version, will be the version against which some of these submissions will be measured against in terms of our deliberations and decision writing.
Yeah, sure. If you could just give me 1 second to open the interim guidance so I can get my numbering.
Minute 9 it was. Yes.
Thank you. Cool. So I think obviously there's one very key strategic objective that applies to these sort of large special purpose facilities, and that's UFD 21 in the interim guidance version, and that's states that the airport, port, major facilities, major healthcare activities and large-scale industrial activities are able to operate efficiently and effectively, and the contribution they make to the economic and social well-being and prosperity of the district is recognised. So I think that's really the key link back to the strategic objectives.
Yes, and that was UFD 21. The only change to that in the interim guidance related to a non-port matter, really, the addition of the words major healthcare sector. So that's as notified with no signal change from the panel at this point. You might note that the panel and the guidance have added a new strategic objective in relation to, well, it's number IE1.
Yes, benefits of infrastructure.
Yes. Would you agree that that's relevant?
Yeah, I certainly think that the port and the that core part of the port, I suppose, is obviously a piece of significant, important infrastructure. So yes, I agree that that is also relevant.
Okay, well, thank you for that. You'll have the opportunity to come back and formalise this in your right of reply. The second part of the question we've been inviting officers to consider is a sort of a bottom-up approach and to advise the panel whether they think the strategic objectives are fit for purpose from a bottom-up approach, from the zone upwards. I mean, these have been written largely as a top-down approach, guiding provisions that sit underneath it. The bottom-up approach is a second way of checking their fit for purpose qualities. So you might just want to reflect on that, and just we've already heard, for example, from Ms. Cannon in relation to network utilities that she thinks there needs to be a change in relation to network utilities with the word managed and mitigated, I think, being added. And one of those objectives, I just can't recall what it is, but that's the only change that we've heard so far from officers in terms of any feedback on those objectives that I can recall in the hearings that I've been involved in anyway. So here's an opportunity for you in your right of reply.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for that indulgence, Stephen.
It's all good. Thank you, David. Jacob's here. We had a pretty thorough Q&A session here. A few things to work in. I don't have any questions for you, but I do have one for Richard in terms of his evidence. Good morning, Richard.
Hello.
Yes, Richard. Just wanted to ask a couple of questions about your May 2018 Building Heights Port Taranaki report, which is Appendix 4 of the officer's report.
Yes.
Just and this question derives from some similar questions being asked in Nelson with the port issues, and certainly overlays, those sort of matters. Was your report peer reviewed at all, or was it just your work?
I believe it was just my work. It was sent. It did form part. Yeah, I think it was just my work. I don't recall it being peer reviewed.
Okay. So is it your practice to get peer reviews done, or I'm just asking really because these are quite significant.
Yeah.
I suppose protection matters and also key commercial operational matters for the port. So just interested in that because I've been seeing quite a lot of landscape reports being challenged around the place, and sometimes they are peer reviewed, but just a question of practice, I suppose.
Currently in New Plymouth, most of my reports that I write on behalf of applicants for the council are peer reviewed, and I certainly underdo peer review work for other assessments. So it is the norm for them to be peer reviewed. That's correct.
But this one hasn't been.
Not that I can recall.
Yes. Just on that, we've heard some evidence for you in the hearing 5. Has there been any material changes to your views or thoughts after considering evidence and other matters discussed so far in the review process?
You mean with regard to Mikatahi, that
Yes,
hearing?
just the port height issues generally, yes.
Yeah, no, I mean, our port is a little unusual that we have this outstanding natural landscape that wraps sort of round a good part of it. And we have a port, you know, right there. So there's a natural tension there. And we have the chimney as an example of what height can do, and that clearly subjugates the landscape values of that natural landscape, outstanding natural landscape, in my view. And then we all have all heights below that. And so it is a case really of, and what I was most mindful when I did my report in 2018 and now is, how do we prevent losing there's this height comes up. If the port continues to develop, the height's going to continue to come up potentially. Where does it start to really impact on that broader perceptions of the outstanding natural landscape? Mikatahi, which was subject to that further hearing, is already subjugated by those tanks that are next to it. They're referred to, I think they're owned by Methanex. So Mikatahi is already, it's a good example really of how those values are currently largely lost in terms of visual effect from certain perspectives. So to answer your question, no, my view hasn't changed, and my view is that our approach of having 20-metre height limit in Area A is, while it may be cautionary, I think it's a valid way to avoid those effects on the ONFL.
Okay. That's fine. And just in terms of the big chimney itself, that's certainly a feature. Does that, I think you would use the word subjugate in terms of Mikatahi with the tanks, does that have the same effect on Paratua, or is that less of a problem?
Well, interestingly, I occasionally ask people about the chimney anecdotally around the community, because it is redundant, it's not used. And the community, the people I speak to are split as to whether it's iconic or whether it's terrible. I'm of the view that because it's tall, because of its height, it does subjugate or completely subsume Paratutu, and it reduces the mana of that landform in my view. And it would be interesting to see if that how a consent process would go if that was being consented now.
Yes, I cut my teeth as a young planner for ECNZ when that one of the jobs was looking at that site when they were running it as a oil-fired power station, I think it was.
Yeah. It was built. It was built to burn coal to produce electricity, but then before it was finished, it was converted to gas.
Gas, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. I know that from my work back in those days, thermal energy, that the Marsden A and B sites in Northland had similar chimneys, but they've been taken down because they were redundant. Be interested perhaps to hear, Ross, from you when you if you're still listening in, what's the fate of that chimney from an operational point of view? We may have asked these questions previously, but just wanted to circle back to that.
Yes, I am still listening in. So there's currently no plans for that chimney. We've had some work done on what it might cost to remove the chimney, and it's substantial. And to be fair, we'd rather utilise those funds for core port activities. Okay,
thank you for that update. David, did you have something else there?
Just one matter arising out of that for Mr. Stenner. Mr. Stenner, where effect standards such as height limits are not met, is it Rule 12 as notified that sets out the activity status? Because each activity status doesn't seem to be specified in the effect standards themselves, does it?
No, it doesn't. That's a good point. I think the intention is for it to be specified within those effect standards, but
yeah, it's
obviously
implied. It's
Yeah.
implied. For example,
Yeah.
standard 1 talks
Correct.
about matters of discretion, so presumably that's RDIS.
Yes.
Although, if we go back to Rule 12 as notified on page 15 of the appendix, RDIS seems to apply to the port operational areas A, B, and C, and the port industry area, whereas permitted, fully discretionary in the mixed port area and fully discretionary in Namutu Beach area. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes. Okay. Just on that, is the entry level for all activities in Namutu Beach discretionary?
With the exception, I believe, of
is it all building activities?
All building activities. Yeah, I believe that might be the case. Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's good. Okay, just still getting my head around the structure.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. And sorry to interrupt again, Ross. Your just a question about the chimney. Are there any integrity issues, sort of earthquake wise, with the structure? Has that been assessed, the chimney?
I would need to find out from our infrastructure team and to give a proper answer on that. But
Yes.
my initial reaction is that it's a very very strong structure that we don't have any particular issues with at the moment.
Sure. If you could come back, I know that the cost of taking down those Marsden A and B chimneys was eye-wateringly expensive, just because of the amount of concrete and strength of those structures. And of course, there was room to move, perhaps to bring them down as well. So, but for whatever reason, back in the day when the government was paying the bills, those were taken down. So look, thanks for that, Ross. We'll hear back from you on that. And we've certainly gone for a reasonable amount of time. I don't have any further questions for you, Jacob. David, is that your case? Let's take a break and return at 11:15 for the next part of our hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. Moving to you, Bronte and Hamish.
Thank you. So as per other introductions, following a similar format to the contents of this presentation, I'll take you through the first part of it, up to the details on the proposed plan, and then hand over to Bronte to take you through the proposed plan and submissions received. So next slide, thanks, Christine. So we'll just next one as well, Christine. So as Commissioner Dace in your introduction mentioned, there are a number of large-scale facilities in the New Plymouth district. A number of those are associated with the petroleum and petrochemical derived products, and particularly the manufacturing or production. Also on these sites, there are other major infrastructure, such as the processing plant, pipework, and various other structures and large hard stand areas. Given the nature and scale of these activities, they can have a wide range of effects, such as noise effects, hazardous substances risks, traffic movements, and visual effects. Next slide, thanks, Christine. As Jacob introduced earlier, for the port zone, many similarities here with the major facilities in terms of the operative district plan. So they're zoned either industrial F or industrial D under the operative district plan. The industrial F environment area specifically applied to large-scale facilities such as Pohukura, Waitara and Motunui production stations. While the proposed plans had a specific zone, or sorry, operative plan had a specific zone for these large-scale activities, the plan applied the general industrial rules to this as well as the other effects standard rules. So while there was recognition, there was in a general sense, there was no specific provisions for there that provided for their activities. Next slide, thanks, Christine. So in reviewing the effectiveness of the operative plan for these major facilities, it was concluded, both feedback from the operators of these facilities and council's own experience, that the operative plan overlooked the unique operational nature of these facilities and their needs, and also that the effects standards that applied to it could unduly restrict the general maintenance and operational aspects of these facilities. Since the operative plan was made operative, there's 6 resource consents were triggered for these sites. 3 of them were in relation to 3 of the activities. Most of them related to minor works of maintenance or operational matters, apart from a new train at the Maki-Mangahiwa production station. Next slide, thanks, Christine. Not sure what's going on there. So what this slide was doing, similar to what Jacob highlighted earlier for the port zone, that there's 2 tools from the National Planning Standards that are used in relation to a major facility zone. So the first is a special purpose zone, being a major facility zone, and also precincts are applied. So each site has a bespoke precinct plan, which Bronte will take you through shortly. So last slide from me, Christine, if you move to the next one. So as the commissioners have heard both earlier from Jacob and also last week in relation to the airport and the hospital, the special purpose zone has been applied where there are specific facilities that warrant a specific zone. So for the major facility zone, there's a suite of zone-wide policies, objects and policies and rules that apply. And then those zone provisions are complemented by individual precinct plans for each site, which was prepared in liaison with the operator for each of those sites. So I'll hand over to Bronte now to take you through the specifics of the proposed plan provisions.
Hamish, before you go on, just I've been certainly interested in the evidence from Todd Generation Limited about and Mr. Quinn's legal submissions about the key peaker plant and the Junction Road power plant. Have you reflected on that after you've received the evidence and whether they do fit the general underpinning of this special purpose zone or not?
Yes, and I have turned our mind to it, and it is one of those judgment calls. And Todd Generation also sought the inclusion of those 2 sites in the major facility zone when the draft 2 versions of the draft plan was released prior to the proposed plan. Obviously, in the proposed plan, they're not zoned major facilities, so earlier in the process they weren't considered. And I understand that was primarily on scale grounds, and it's that judgment call, like how major do you have to be in the major facility zone. So NOSIS have considered that, and I was interested to hear the evidence this afternoon.
Okay, but you're just waiting to hear the evidence and the discussion on that, and then we'll come back to us in the right reply, clearly. Yes.
Yes, and we had, based on what I understand the direction from the panel, all requests for rezoning were to be heard together at a rezoning.
Yes, I know there seems to be a point issue there too, and we'll hear from Mr. Quinn about that. So that's all fine. So just carry on, Bronte. Thank you.
Thank you. So Christine, next slide. So as Hamish said, the proposed district plan approach, it has objectives and policy framework for the zone and seeks to recognise and provide for the existing major facilities and provide for their efficient and ongoing use and development whilst avoiding remedying and mitigating any adverse effects. This framework seeks to provide for the redevelopment and repurposing of these facilities, in addition to ensuring these facilities are not constrained or compromised by incompatible activities or reverse sensitivity effects. The zone-specific rules and standards and assessment matters that provide a clear facility management framework and seek to strike a balance between efficient site use and development and avoiding or minimising adverse effects on neighbouring areas, particularly residential or rurally zoned properties. These rules include a range of standards to manage the effects of building and development within the major facility zone as well. The precinct plans and associated rules for each facility broadly illustrate the existing and on-site future development and the level of detail provided based on the nature and scale of the activities covered by the precinct plan and its associated effects. Next slide, please. So here's just a plan showing the geographic locations of the 6 facilities identified as major facility zone. And in the next couple of slides, I'll go through each of those precinct plans in more detail. So these 6 facilities were identified or informed by a set of principles, mostly the significant social, environmental, economic and or cultural contribution they make to the district, region or nation, their large scale physical and operational extent, the highly specific nature of their operational requirements and associated environmental effects, the unique nature of their current and future developmental needs, and the need to provide flexibility to accommodate processing improvement and technological changes at these sites. So the plans were developed over several years as part of the district plan review, and council worked with operators to understand their constraints and development plans and also how to manage effects from these activities. The precinct plans outline the permitted activities, auxiliary activities, as well as height limits, any features of importance such as sites of significance to Māori and natural wetlands or water bodies. The approach for developing these precincts was also confirmed by the Ministry for Environment. Next slide, please. So we'll just go through each of the facility precinct plans, and I'll just point out some features. These that are displayed on these slides are the notified version of the proposed district plans, and you'll note in the section 42A report that there were some recommended changes. So these are the notified version. In the legend, it identifies general features and things like the sites of significance to Māori, water bodies, and other such things. And then there's a list of specific provisions, so that will identify the permitted activities. So both primary activities, auxiliary facilities, and then standards such as maximum heights. Some of the precinct plans also outline areas for development, which I'll point out this site does not. So this Motunui methanol production facility, it's located between State Highway 3 and the coast. It occupies about 100 hectares of land, and it's also adjacent to the Pohokura production station. And this facility this precinct provides for methanol production, storage and loading, and associated maintenance, warehouses, laboratories, and infrastructure, as well as auxiliary facilities of offices, car parking, and then agricultural, pastoral, and horticultural activities. Next slide, please.
Bronte, just a matter of information. I'm thinking, I put a big question mark over the plans at the back of your section 42A report, just because they're not at a scalable, it's readable. But I was trying to blow them up and do all sorts of things while I'm working at home, but the ones that you provide in the back of Appendix 1, they're the amendments, aren't they? So we're just looking at the notified versions, is that right? And the ones in your back of your Appendix 1 are the amended versions, is that right?
Yes, so the ones on the slide are the notified versions, and then
Yes.
Appendix 1, I think there's 3 or 4 that are amended, and there's the notified version on top and then the amended below. And we can share them maybe at the end of this presentation, show you the differences between the two by blowing them up.
Okay, and well, this is probably about as clear as we can get. That's pretty clear on my laptop screen now. But I just, are you going to take us through the changes? Is that?
Yeah, we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
So next, yes, thank you. So the Waitara Valley Methanol Production Facility is located off Mamaku Road, adjacent to the Waitara River, and occupies approximately 22 hectares of land. This precinct provides for the same activities as the Motunui Methanol Production Facility. So primary activity being methanol production, storage and loading, and then associated maintenance and infrastructure, and then the same auxiliary activities as well.
Bronte, this site, both these sites are owned by Methanex, as I understand it.
Yes.
And we're not hearing from Methanex during this hearing. I have read some press that perhaps this Waitara Valley plant is being closed down or mothballed, or do you have any information on that?
Hamish, can you confirm?
Yes, and we've heard nothing official from Methanex through these proceedings, but I've read the similar media reports regarding the operational state of these facilities. So they're currently not operating, I understand.
This one's not operating?
Yes.
Okay. So there's no, Methanex certainly haven't asked for these to be amended or taken out of the plan in the meantime, have they?
No, and I've noted previously that the Motunui plant also was mothballed for a number of months or even longer,
Yes.
and then was started up again.
Okay, thank you for that.
Great, next slide, please, Christine. So the Maki Mangahewa production is a hydrocarbon processing and export facility. It's located on Otaaroa Road and it's approximately 12 kilometres inland from Waitara. The facility footprint is approximately 8 hectares and sits within a larger site of approximately 30 hectare parcel of land. So this preset plan does show areas for development, unlike those other two. So on the legend, and this precinct provides for petroleum exploration, production, storage and loading, associated maintenance facilities and infrastructure, and then the same auxiliary activities such as offices, car parking, and the agricultural, pastoral, horticultural activities.
So who's the, just double check, this is a Todd site, is that right?
Correct, yeah, Todd Energy
Yes.
operate this one, and I'll just for probably reference bottom of the aerial photograph is the Todd Generation peaker plant that are seeking to be rezoned, just for your reference.
Yes, we've heard about this maybe in the first hearing, just from a location point of view. Thank you, Bronte.
Next slide. So the Pohokura production station, it's located next to the Motunui production station, and it is, again, between State Highway 3 and the coast, and it processes hydrocarbons from the Pohokura gas field located offshore and also an onshore well site. The same activities are provided for in this precinct as the Maki Mangahewa production station. So petroleum exploration, production, storage, and associated maintenance and infrastructure facilities.
Just pause there as well. Just trying to work out the areas for development on this. We've got existing plant which has a green overlay. I'm just trying to work out.
So the grey area is the Pohokura production station as existing,
Oh,
and then that
existing
the
plant.
green is either significant natural area or existing planting. Of which
Okay, and then we have well site, so there's a pinky area, a metering compound, which is a small site down the bottom, a gas reinjection location, so this is where gas is reinjected. And what about all of the area surrounding? Is that part of the zone as well? What's that?
So if the area within the precinct plan is not identified as an area for development, then it can be used as, I guess, the auxiliary agricultural, pastoral, horticulture activity.
Which is provided for in the zone as an ancillary activity. Yes.
Yes.
And is the reason why, unlike the port zone, which looked reasonably tight around the facilities themselves, that this is the area of land that's owned by, again, this one, Hamish, who runs Pohokura?
This one's OMV.
OMV. Is that really their land holding that we're seeing?
Yes, so that's where the current precinct boundary on the notified version shown. And when Bronte takes you to the recommended amendment, that brings the precinct boundary in a lot tighter, basically
right. Yes.
around the operational area.
Okay, thank you.
So the Omata Tank Farm is located on the other side of New Plymouth, so but near the coast and along Centennial Drive. It is a bulk liquid storage and handling facility, and distributes hydrocarbon product through Port Taranaki on behalf of a range of customers from fields throughout Taranaki. So permitted activities in this precinct are petroleum, condensate, gas, oil, and methanol storage and loading, maintenance, warehouse and storage, and associated infrastructure, as well as the similar ancillary activities as other precincts. Then we have the next one, Puratutu Tank Farm, which is located just south of the port on Centennial Drive, and has 5 20-metre high hydrocarbon liquid storage tanks and the same permitted activities as the Omata Tank Farm. However, there is no ancillary activity for agricultural, pastoral, horticulture activity, unlike the other precincts, because obviously it's in more of an industrial area.
Thank you.
So this table just shows the activity status for activities in the major facility zone. So generally, if it's listed in the precinct plan as a permitted or primary activity or an auxiliary facility, then it is permitted, provided it complies with the standards. Otherwise, other activities are non-compliant. So I'll just go through now.
Okay, before you move off that, are any of these sites, and I think they probably are, within the coastal environment that you would have heard us asking some questions about off Jacob?
Yes, so the Motunui, Pohokura and the Omata Tank Farm are within a strip of the coastal environment area.
Yes, so do you have any submissions from those parties seeking any changes to them being affected by those coastal provisions?
Hamish, I believe we did have a submission, and we, in our Section 40A report, also deferred it to the coastal environment hearing.
Yes, so for the Omata Tank Farm, the Omata Tank Farm operators and the oil companies both submitted requesting the coastal environment area be removed from the major facility zone land. The coastal environment report released on last week recommended to retain the coastal environment extent for that location, and that's primarily for coastal erosion reasons. And as Bronte just described, it is a small, described as a small sliver along the frontage of part of the tank farm.
Yes.
In terms of the Pohukura and Motunui areas, I understand there were no submissions seeking the removal of the coastal environment from those areas, and that's because I primarily understand the operational areas of those two facilities is outside of the coastal environment extent.
Okay, and I may have missed it, Hamish, but have you addressed that in your report, that interface in the same way that Jacob did in his report for the port zone?
We referred it similarly to how Jacob has for the port zone.
Yes.
That it would be for the coastal environment hearing, because if the coastal environment was removed, then we wouldn't necessarily need to consider that overlap. Given the conclusion, the recommendation for the Omata tank farm, the recommended rules for the coastal environment, the primary one potentially to trigger in these locations is earthworks.
Yes.
And where my reading of the recommended coastal environment rules for structures and the additions and alterations to existing structures, that would be permitted within the special purpose zone, such as managed facility. The one other provision which may trigger a consent under the coastal environment provisions is a rule around industrial activities. But it does also reference the zone rules that may underlie the coastal environment. So given the major facility permits production facilities of the nature or storage facilities, I think a more explicit cross-reference there to the major facility zone would clarify that. So my reading, the coastal environment provisions would not unduly restrict the activities within the major facility zone.
All right, so you'll put that on your list to just come back to us, obviously, and you'll write a reply and liaise with Jacob. I presume he's going to be doing some work about the crossover interface on the activity rules between the two, between the his port zone and the coastal environment rules. So just signalling that. That's a question we'll be wanting in terms of both feedback on both zones.
Stephen, can I just come in there briefly?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks. So, Mr. Wesney, what I'm hearing is that this interception of the coastal environment with these 6 precincts, or particularly the 3 that are in the CE, are potentially less of an issue than they are for the port zone.
Yes, that's definitely the case.
Yes, and that's because for I guess for Motunui and Pohukura, the operational areas are outside. Even though the site's captured by the CE, the operational parts of the site are largely outside the CE.
Correct.
Okay, but that's not the case with the tank farm. But you've looked at the rules and focused on earthworks and perhaps the rules related to industrial activities, and that they might need some tweaking. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, potentially.
Yes. Okay. The reason why I've asked you those questions is, in reading Mr. Stener's report on how he might deal with this, he's looked at a number of options, one of which was giving effect to the submissions, which was to delete the coastal extents area from the port zone. I didn't, from what he'd written, bearing in mind it is an interim position, I got the impression he wasn't favouring that, but he was instead favouring the retention of the CE overlay, but some modifications to the rules as they impact on port activities. Now, I may have summarised that wrongly, but that was the impression I got from his 42A report. Was that your impression also?
Yes, and that would be my favourite view as well. That
okay,
really define the coastal environment and then determining that, and then what are the appropriate provisions.
Yes, recognising that there's quite a few factors at play.
Exactly, and that different context and the scope, spatial extent they apply to, would need to consider all of those factors.
Thank you. Stephen, just while I've interrupted, can I just go back, because think I misunderstood what you said earlier about the additional sites that have been sought to be included in the major facility zone. I'm just trying to find the reference in your 42A. Oh, yes, page 15. Oh, no, it's not 15, sorry.
Bottom of page 16, top of page 17.
Yes, it. Yes. Oh, of course, that's why I can't find it. I took it out so that I'd have it in front of me. Yes. So, you said that these matters would be perhaps revisited at the rezoning hearings. Is that your intention?
Yes, that was my understanding, that
yes,
the hearing panel preferred all the requests to rezone from what zone to whatever zone. That one hearing.
Okay, depending on what. Okay, yeah. So you won't be in a position necessarily at the end of the hearing or in your right of reply to give even an interim recommendation on those as it affects the 6 additional sites?
Well, no, I'd be comfortable too, given the evidence we've received from Todd Generation for this hearing. I think it's and reading Mr. Quinn, and we'll hear from Mr. Quinn this afternoon, reading his legal this morning.
Okay, that would, I think that would be useful. And then of course, if there's any bespoke or nuance change to that at the rezoning, I guess you could follow that up then. But it would be nice to know where you've landed in respect to those 2 Todd ones and the 4 Greymouth ones. Thank you, Stephen. That was all.
Thank you.
All right. So
he's back to you, Bronte. Thanks.
Thanks. So Christine, next slide. So we'll just go through overview of submissions. And then key issues raised and amendments. So we had 16 original submissions, 113 individual submission points, and a further 14 submissions with 115 individual submission points. These came from a range of groups, including iwi and hapu, operators of the facilities, and other interest groups or individuals. Next slide. So key issues raised in submissions. There's general overall support from owners and operators for a special purpose major facility zone. There were submissions raised about further protection for the sites and areas of significance to Māori. There was submissions raised about requiring the precincts to provide access to the coast and water bodies. And there was submissions raised about the incompatible activities, particularly reverse sensitivity, wording around reverse sensitivity provisions for zone boundaries. There was also submissions raised about specific rules and standards, particularly in regards to setbacks, and their general readability and technical clarity submissions as well. And then, as we've talked about, requests for rezoning of additional sites from rural production to major facility zone. Next slide, please. So recommended amendments in response to the submissions were improvements to cross-referencing to other chapters in the PDP, including an update in the overview section, an update to overview policies and matters of discretion to recognise and provide for tangata whenua values and specifically scheduled and non-scheduled features, a change to activity status for permitted activities where they do not meet standards, amendments to setback and screening standards as they relate to precincts, and general corrections for clarity and consistency in accordance with other chapters of the proposed district plan. So key matters that remain in contention are the need for increased recognition of tangata whenua values within the major facility zone provisions, the requirements of what the precinct plans need to show, the need to either minimise or mitigate adverse effects, the specific details of the Omata Tank Farm precinct plan, and still the request for rezoning of sites to major facility zone. And that is all, if there's any further questions. Or I could go through the changes to the plans.
Yes, that would be good. Before I hand over, Hamish might know this. Greymouth Petroleum, are they? I'm just thinking about how they're linked into this zone. Could you just give me an update there?
Yes. So their hearing statement for this hearing was that they noted rezoning requests had been deferred to the rezoning hearing.
Okay.
They would present evidence to that particular hearing.
All right. So they're in the same boat as Todd's in terms of the two power plants. Yes.
Yes, but we've got Todd has chosen to submit evidence for this hearing where Greymouth have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that clarification. David, would you like to wanted to go through the changes to the precinct plans, or do you want to?
I don't have too many questions, so why don't we go to the changes on the precinct plan first? That might produce some of the questions.
Okay, let me share my screen. Can you see, what screen can you see?
Just you at the moment.
Okay. Let's try again.
Yep, that's looking good.
And let me try and start the show. Now what can you see? Can you still see this show, or can you see the, am I in presenting mode or just in the slide deck show?
You've got the slide deck still on the left-hand side, which would be good to get rid of, and then maybe make the slide a bit bigger, if that was possible.
I think you might have to click on enable editing. Yeah.
Yes, I might have to. Apologies, I'm used to Teams, not Zoom. All right, are we seeing it now? Or are we still seeing?
Still got the left-hand column.
Yeah, I wonder whether to go down the bottom of your screen, right at the bottom of the toolbar, and click on the slideshow icon, which makes it bigger.
Yeah, just hang on, I'm gonna stop sharing and then present and then share. Okay, what do we have now?
Yeah, that's better, yes.
Okay. So now I need to. Okay, so this is the Motunui production station facility. Sorry, that quality is not great when it is blown up. This is the best I can do for now. So in the top left is the original, and then bottom right is the recommended changes. So the right-hand precinct boundary is brought in to be on the left side of the river, and basically hug the extent of the existing facility, and that is the largest change. So there's a little speech bubble icon that says precinct extent re-edited, I think, or redressed. So that's the part that is being pulled in. So basically changing from the right side of the river to the left side of the river. Hamish, any other important changes to point out on this one? I'm not sure there are.
That's the main change. That's the only change on that one.
And was that at the request of Methanex or Submitter Ponte?
So New Plymouth District Council submitted some changes, and then the operators agreed with those. So I think there was an original plan shown which should have been displayed in the notified version, and for some reason or another was not reflected.
Okay, thank you for that. This is pretty tough work actually for us trying to look at this. I'm wondering, it's might give me a big headache. I wonder whether we can somehow get certainly for the right of reply, good A3 scale plans with some referencing to the changes and with keys and things. That would be important, I think, just so we can have it right for our deliberations. No criticism. It's just that this Zoom process is hard on the eyes.
Commissioner Dash, it's Sarah here. If I can be of assistance, I can arrange for these the better quality versions of this, which were produced by our GIS people, to be sent directly to you, if you like. And we can also load those up onto the website as PDFs as well, if that's of assistance. And then you'll be able to zoom in and out.
Yes, look, I think that would be great. Thanks, Sarah, if you could manage that for us.
It's no problem.
Thank you.
Right, I'll move on to the next.
Sorry, before you do, sorry, Bronte, I was trying to orientate myself, and can you just repeat the main change again, please?
So the precinct boundary, so the east precinct boundary will be brought in to be on the western side of the river, so to hug the existing facility.
So what line should I be looking at from the legend?
So it's not shown on the legend, the new boundary, but it's the precinct boundary. So the first point on the legend is what will change.
So David, I think the easiest to orientate, if you look at the notified version, the original one, there's a yellow line that comes straight down vertically if you start towards the coast.
Yes.
And the basically up and down, starts up and down yellow line, and then there's a sort of slight kink and that sort of curves around closer to the facility to the left.
Yes.
That yellow line has become, and that's showing the fence line of the plant boundary. That fence line has become the precinct boundary line. So if you look at the image, that's a yellow and brown line now.
There's two. Yes. Well, now that you mention it,
that's the change that's been recommended.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I certainly endorse the chair's view on the scale, but yes, now that you mention, I can see a brown hue to the yellow line on the bottom image. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very significant change in terms of a big land area there. So thanks for pointing that out, and we'll carry on, I think, and do our best.
Just to be certain, it previously followed the road boundary. Is that right?
Yes.
EPH Road.
Yes. Yes.
Lower EPH Road.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Oh, okay.
Okay. We'll move on, Bronte.
So the next facility, the same applies essentially. It's quite a large change. This is the Waitara Valley, and the precinct boundary in the top left extends over a huge parcel, a lot of agricultural activity, and it is being brought in to mirror the main facility plant boundary fencing. So the yellow line on the original was proposed to become essentially the precinct boundary line.
I can see that this time. Thank you.
Next one, Bronte.
My keyboard has stopped working. There we go. This is the Maki Mangahewa site. Same thing again. previous extent was a large parcel of land, and the precinct boundary will be brought in to wrap around their existing facility. A little bit harder to see because it is a more zoomed out image, but it will follow the main facility, then come down through the lower part of the facility as well.
So with this one, Bronte, and the previous ones, there's no other material change?
No.
Thank you. This next one?
Oh yeah, no, that's all. My next
That's
image
all.
was showing something for you for later.
Okay. I did ask, was it the Amata Tank Farm? Which one was the one I asked a question about by the coast? Was that?
It's
Go back up to the original. There was another one I asked a question about, and you mentioned that there'd been some shrinking of the boundary there too. Is that right, Hamish?
No, so that's an exception. So there wasn't a submission requesting a change to an extent for that one.
Okay. So that's stayed the same with that big area. What are the implications of that? Does that just allow a big, this was Pauakura production station, I think. Does that allow substantial redevelopment if anyone was minded?
No, so you could only develop in the areas that were shown for those different purposes that you step through.
All right. So that the broader zone couldn't be used to, I'm saying it would be a bad thing necessarily, but used to add production facilities or other major facilities in there.
Not as a permitted activity under the rules as they stand at the moment.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. David, did you want to have any specific questions?
I've got one general question and a couple of specific mechanical ones. Is it the appropriate time to go to those now?
Yes, go.
Yep.
Yes.
So these are addressed to both Hamish and to Bronte. What I'm trying to understand is how the mechanics of the rule table work. So I'm seeing 4 rules that apply, and we use this term all the time, but the heavy lifting is done by the precinct maps, if you like. But what I'm trying to understand is what is it in the rule that is being controlled? So let's just take rule 1, for example, primary activities. The activity is permitted if it's listed as a primary activity in the applicable precinct, and also all major facility zone effects are complied with. Putting aside the zone effects for the time being, what's the purpose of rule 1? Is it providing for the activity per se, or is it providing for the activity in the position as shown in the precinct map? I guess what I'm trying to understand is how the rules work spatially. Presumably all primary activities aren't permitted throughout the extent of the zone for each site. They have to be within the part of the site shown for a particular activity in a particular precinct.
Yes. So
Hamish, do you want to comment on that?
There's 2 answers
Right.
to that question. The first one is it links directly with what's on the precinct plan.
Yes.
So if we go to the Motunui, the Motunui methanol production one, so precinct 4.
Yes.
The primary the way that's precinct plan is drawn, the primary activities can apply anywhere in that precinct because there's no colour coding or spatial areas shown where those activities apply. So the intent and how I read those provisions is that the methanol production, storage and loading, that can be undertaken anywhere within that precinct area.
Anywhere within the brown line.
Yes.
Or whatever colour it is with, and then we know that that brown line now comes in to match the yellow line on the eastern extent anyway.
Yep. Yes. So that's the first part, and then if you go to the Maki Mangahiwa production station precinct, which takes a different approach. They've got areas for development, so and the primary activities listed there. So those development where there's colour coding, those would need to be used for that particular purpose.
Okay, understand that. I understand the two different answers therefore, and okay, the first is Motunui, and Waitara are the only two where you have a precinct-wide permitted activity approach.
And the Paratutu
and Paratutu, but the rest have identified development areas for particular activities.
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that's reflected in the wording of clause 1? The activity is listed as a primary activity for the facility in the applicable precinct contained within the MFZ precincts. So that's telling you to go to the relevant precinct, and that's looking at saying what activities are listed as the primary activity.
So yeah, so yes and no, looking at it. So yes, in terms of the first question, that's the activities generally which are listed as primary activities. It does provide for that. But the ones where there's a spatial component within the precinct plan, I think there could be improved wording to
yes.
make that.
For the delivery to match the intention.
Yes.
Yes. And do you think everyone has understood that that was the intention? That there would, for at least 3 of those sites, be specific development areas, and that you were constrained to those, and if you didn't meet those, then you didn't meet rule 1 or rule 2 or rule 3?
I'll leave it for the submitters that are appearing this afternoon and tomorrow
yes.
to respond to that question as well. Yes. But from the discussions I understand have been held with the operators, yes.
Okay.
That was my understanding.
Okay, well, I guess we can ask Mr. Twigley and Ms. Carter. Be a simple yes or no, I imagine.
Hey, David, on that topic,
yes.
In the hearings last week to do with the structure plans and the hospital and airport zones, which the rules apply to spatial plans. Jacob will remember this from last week, that some of those rules refer to being in accordance with the plan. Some of them just relate to the standards, permitted if you related to the standards, and this one here brings in the listed activities. So really there's some integration to be done, I think, Hamish, between how the rules referring to these spatial, let's call them structure, precinct, concept, whatever they are, just so there's no doubt what the rules relate to, I think is quite important. So I thought I'd just mention that.
Yes, it's a good
David
point.
wasn't in the hearings last week, and I know you've got an important oversight role with some of these zones, Hamish.
Thank you for that awareness.
It's a very good point, Stephen, because I had a look. I was now going to move on to R4, and it uses the wording in clause 2. The activity is consistent with the applicable precinct, which is a little bit different to what's appeared in R1 where the activity is listed in the precinct. And that might be an intentional difference because that R4 is dealing with agricultural and pastoral type rural activities, but maybe you could look at the wording of that that also from a mechanical perspective. Okay, so we're in activity. Let's focus on the ones where there are. Well, hang on. Let's split this into two parts, Hamish. The activities where you can undertake activities precinct wide, those sites, and then those sites where development is prescribed in a certain location. So for the first category, for precinct-wide development, presumably it's only if the effect standards are not complied with that the operator moves away from permitted activity status.
Correct. Or it's not one of the listed primary activities.
Yes, that makes sense. Where and what's the status there? Has it changed from discretionary to restricted discretionary? Is that the recommendation?
Yes, yep. But there's evidence contending that activity status. Yes,
no, I understand that. And for the second category, where the type of activity doesn't align with the development areas in the precinct plan, is that also restricted discretionary, or is that what rule should I be looking at for that?
That'd be rule 5 through to rule 11. So it's where it's either a specifically listed activity or any other activity not provided for.
Okay, so okay. Can we go to an example? Which one would you suggest? Which one has developed? Which of the ones has development area specified? The McKee. 6. So yeah, if we use that one as an example, so I'm looking at the areas for development, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them color coded. So if a project workshop, which is the last of those categories, was to be located in the
David, could we just slow down a moment?
Sorry,
I'm trying to orientate myself.
Oh yeah, precinct 6. I'm looking at figure 93, page 14 of the appendix 1.
Yeah, look, I can't read that. I'm wondering, Christine, could we have that up on the screen? Not from the 42A report, probably from the presentation that Hamish and Bronte have given us.
Slide 12.
Okay, thank you. Can you see that, David?
Yes, I can now.
Yeah, carry on.
So you see on the legend, Stephen, on the very right-hand side, project workshop office. Just on the legend on the bottom right.
Oh yeah, the black.
Yeah, black area.
Yes.
Yep. So if those are obviously activities where project workshop offices are permitted, but if they were to be located, say, in the McKee production station area, the purple area, which is probably a ridiculous scenario, but I can't think of a better one. What would that trigger that non-complying activity rule, Hamish, or is there another default activity rule associated with Rule 1?
So I think it depends. I think that specific example, David, I think it would be covered by the ancillary activities. So you could do that, which is the administrative office, you could do that anywhere.
Yeah.
But I think the point you're making, I think if it was another example of an activity which was not provided for either in the list of primary activities or it was different. So probably go to the next, if we went to Pohukura, it might be a clearer example. Christine, if you went to the next site. So there you've got a well site and and the production station. The scenario, what would be the situation if they proposed to do drilling in the production station area, or would that be permitted or not?
From your earlier answer, I would assume it's not permitted because this is an area that has areas for development. So if you were undertaking activity outside the prescribed area for development for the well site, then I would assume it's not permitted. But my question is, what status does it have? Does it go to that Rule 12, whatever, Rule 11, and be non-complying, or does it become restricted discretionary, which is what the activity status where compliance is not achieved in Rule 1?
Would be restricted discretionary because it's inconsistent with the precinct plan. So that's the intent of the wording is not captured in terms of that spatial extent of the area shown on the precinct plan.
Yes, and non-complying activities would relate to those activities that weren't contemplated at all on the precinct plan.
Correct.
Such as rules 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes.
Well, they're contemplated, but yeah, Rule 11, any other activity also is the catch-all.
Correct.
Okay, I think I understand
David,
that.
can I just interpose?
Yeah, please do.
Sorry, with this one, this is the one that we don't have. You don't have scope to shrink in the precinct to be around the actual facilities themselves, isn't it, Hamish?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. So in that discussion, if there's a new well being proposed, a new well site, for example, in the area that's just farmland, not shown, that would be RDIS as well.
Correct. As the precinct plan is currently drawn and the rules are currently written, yes.
Yes. Okay, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. That's good to understand that. So I guess it's from that I'm taking that it's important to understand that there are certain activities that are suitable for the precinct as a whole. In the case that we just looked at, some of those activities are better suited in particular parts of the precinct, and where they are proposed to go outside of those scheduled parts, then restricted discretionary is seen as the most efficient and appropriate way of assessing the merits of that.
Yes.
Whereas for activities that are not shown as development areas on a precinct plan, they need to go through a non-complying activity status to show that they are, well, they're not going to interfere with the policies and objective framework for the zone.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. And I mean, it's I guess, well, why was there a need to specifically identify rules, activities 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10? Does it come from a policy basis? Why couldn't you just rely on Rule 11 to do that? The reason I ask that is that it's the different approach has been adopted by Mr. Steiner with the port zone. He's well, in the notified version at least anyway, there's been a reluctance to list non-complying activities and to rely on the non-complying catch-all, although I think that might be changing in the officer's recommended version?
Yeah, to me, it comes back to the strategic directives and directions in part, where a number of these activities that I think the context of the major facility zone is basically a bespoke zone that's providing for the existing activities. And while it could be considered part of the industrial land supply for the district as a whole, that if these activities were to cease for whatever reason, that it's not considered industrial land generally for alternative uses. So I think that's from a plan-wide consistency perspective, it's taking that direction. And also there's just some activities like sensitive activities, for example, you want to send a clear signal that that's really inappropriate in these locations.
Yes. Okay. Just out of interest, Hamish, does the land associated with the major facility zone, is it accounted for in the HBA undertaken by the council?
I need to double check, but my understanding was yes, it was part of the your business land supply.
And that would make sense given that the MPS does see this as infrastructure. The MPSUD, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Stephen, that's all my mechanical questions on the zone. I had just a couple of generic questions. Do you want me to run to those now?
Sure, go ahead, David.
Yep, okay. And just bear with me. Page 13 of the 42A report refers to the Taranaki Regional Policy Statement, paragraph 54, and it's just a very short paragraph. And I just wondered whether the provisions that Mr. Stenner had outlined in the port zone from the RPS are equally relevant to the major facilities zone.
Bronte, do you want to do that one, or would you like me to answer it?
Could you?
So I think that probably some of them are relevant, Mr. McMahon, and others are not relevant. Obviously, the port is specific direction in the regional policy statement as regionally significant infrastructure, as you noted earlier. Most of these activities in the major facility zone wouldn't fit that general description of regionally significant infrastructure. Based on the RPS description, it's more, these would more sit under the energy part of the original policy statement,
okay,
where there's the objective and policy direction to promote and provide for energy activities such as this, and district may consider specific provisions for energy activities. So that's the primary direction from the regional policy statement for the major facility zone.
Okay, you might recall, thank you for that answer, that makes sense. You might recall that I asked Mr. Stenner about the definition of nationally significant infrastructure in the MPSUD. Just for completeness, does the MPSUD capture the type of activities in the major facility zones or not?
Need to double check that one. Just come back to you.
Yeah, you suspect it wouldn't, given what you've just said about the RPS, but it'd be nice to know.
Yeah, we'll check that.
Yeah. I don't think it does, but I'll ask it. When you're checking, you might just want to check whether the MPSUD mentions energy at all.
Okay.
I suspect it doesn't, but it would be nice to know. The only other question I think I had for you, Mr. Wesney, was the same question I put to Mr. Stenner about the interim guidance version of the strategic objectives. And there were two questions there. One was, what are the relevant ones in your view, based on the interim guidance version, and are they fit for purpose in terms of a bottom-up review of them? Did you want to tackle that now, or do you want to do that in your right of reply?
I did look it up at the time that you were asking Mr. Stenner, so I was prepared for this question. So similar to your comment around objective UFD 21, which is the directive relating to airports, ports, major facilities to operate efficiently and effectively. And you noted the only change here was the addition of major healthcare facilities. So there's no other change. So from that context, our recommendations are still aligned with that objective as it stands.
Yes.
The second, well, there's two new objectives relating to infrastructure and energy. The first one regards the benefits of infrastructure. So to me, the major facilities in themselves are not infrastructure per se in terms of the definition. But the second objective around contribution to energy activities, including that enable the technologies to transition to a low emissions economy, that's obviously directly relevant to all the sites and facilities within the major facility zone.
Yes.
And in my view, the major facility zone, as it stands and as it's recommended, would effectively implement that objective already. Because primarily, if you look at objective 4 for the major facility zone, it provides that repurposing and transition over time, as well as the ongoing efficient use of these facilities.
Yes. So if we look at taking your answer then as the basis for my next question, we look at IE2 proposed, there's a couple of components there. If we forget about the words that are in bracket and within the commas, that the contribution is recognised, and that's the contribution to the economic and social well-being of the district. And then the second component is ensuring that their activities are managed, so their effects are managed. So that's the effects of the activity on the surrounds. What about the effects on those activities in terms of reverse sensitivity? Do you think that's present in IE2?
No, not as it's currently addressed or worded.
Knowing what you know about the objectives, and particularly MFZ03, which talks about reverse sensitivity effects. I mean, the suite of objectives 01, 02, 03, and 04 seem to cover the three components of recognising effects of and effects on. And I'm just wondering whether there's a potential laguna, to use Mr. Littlejohn's Latin term, a potential gap in IE2 that might need to be addressed from a bottom-up approach.
Okay, we'll think about that for the right.
And that was all from me. Thank you, Stephen.
Yes, thank you, David, and thank you, Hamish and Bronte. I don't have any specific questions on your 42A report. I do have one sort of broader question, and I'll be interested in your views. And this is prompted by some submissions and some evidence from the port company just about the future change in the energy scene in Taranaki. And you mentioned this just transition process which is going on. Maybe in the future, the signals are there could be a pivot away from oil and gas into more renewables. My question is, with things like that are getting a lot of press around the world, like hydrogen production from renewable energy sources, e.g. offshore wind, would these major facility zones be able to accommodate those or would they just be non-complying activities, something hadn't been thought of? You know, take the example of hydrogen production facilities, similar to what's happening at Mokai Geothermal Power Station, where there's a hydrogen facility developed there, Hamish. It's just a sort of, and to me, that type of activity could well come along within the life of this plan.
Yes, so that is squarely something that has been considered for this, and I think that's where objective 4 for the major facility zone and which basically provides for, or seeks to provide for, that repurposing or redevelopment. But it would be subject to a consent process and I think we've got Ngāti Tahiri and I think a couple of other submitters have raised question marks about the appropriateness of the repurposing and what consent process or whether it should be considered as a appropriateness of that repurposing. So I'm keen to hear their evidence and your questions to that evidence around that, because that is definitely a scenario that I foresee that could come up as well. So the plan is seeking to provide for that, but not as of right as it currently stands.
So what would be the consent status? Say, let's take Pohokura as an example. Just given the definitions of major facilities, the rule table, if anyone wanted to establish a hydrogen production facility.
So that for Pohokura as an example,
that
would be a non-compliant activity.
Non-complying.
Or any of them.
Any of them would be, wouldn't they?
They'd all be non.
Yes.
Yes, because they're all.
But they could get some. They could get a leg up by objective 4.
Yes, that's
and any of the policies as well, Hamish.
That's where the policies effectively provide for that assessment. So I'll just refer you to. So, for example, policy 7.
Okay. I was just trying to check online, but I've just got too many screens open. Major facility, is that defined as a term?
Yes, but it's defined in the sense it's the list of activities which is owned major facility.
Okay. So you couldn't say put a hydrogen production station in here, be non-complying. It would be repurposing under the objective, but it couldn't draw on a definition to let it in otherwise.
No.
Okay. And those things, those sort of facilities are reasonably bespoke, but these zones, as I know them, other sorts of places you'd probably go looking if there was those sorts of facilities promoted. Right, thank you for that. That's all I have. We're at 12:30. I wonder whether we could seek indulgence of the parties to come back at 1:15. I know that it's pretty intense for us staring at these small screens all day, and half an hour never seems enough. So would anyone be concerned if we came back at 1:15 to restart the hearing? Looks like we're okay. So we'll adjourn till 1:15 p.m. Thank you. Thank you, Christine, and welcome back, everyone. We're moving now to Mr. Quinn and submissions for Todd Generation Limited and Todd Energy Limited. Thank you, Stephen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you. I take it you've seen the legal submissions as filed and had an opportunity to review those, so I can just speak to the topics.
Yes.
Thank you. Obviously, I appear on behalf of both Todd Generation Limited and Todd Energy Limited. Todd Energy in particular has made a further submission, but in essence, there's a strong degree of support between the two companies in relation to the primary change being sought here, which is in relation to the addition of the 2 new facilities to the list for the special purpose zone. Sorry, the major facility zone. In terms of the overview, you will see that there's a high degree of support for what the officers have recommended in terms of the changes or the various consequential changes. There's one point that's noted there and it's covered off in Mr. Twigley's statement of evidence. But the thrust of the submissions, as you will have seen, is in relation to the justification for adding in the McKee Power Plant, which we call MPP, and the Junction Road Power Plant to the list.
Stephen, before we carry on, I was looking at, I'm not sure whether you're through here or not, paragraph 7.
Yes.
So you might have heard me ask Hamish some questions about, redevelopment, new development, perhaps new activities.
Yes.
Do you see that change there being proposed by Mr. Twigley as in terms of a policy sense, use the term primary activity? Is that primary activity as per what's on the site at the moment, or could it be something else, do you think?
Thank you, Commissioner. I think it can be interpreted in a way that there is something else. I think it would be wrong to have a set of plan provisions that don't anticipate that there will be some new technology and opportunities as they arise. And as will be clear from the evidence of Mr. Pye, Todd Generation in terms of these 2 facilities is always looking at opportunities in terms of development. And there's a whole piece of his evidence about what the future development options might be with respect to these sites. So I think having some degree of flexibility within the confines of the fact that we are talking about a major facility and we are talking about facilities there that are there for the purpose of electricity generation, but there will be obviously some options in terms of the way in which that's done and some new technologies, and having a policy setting which enables and recognises that potential, I think is useful.
Thank you.
The 2 topics in terms of the submissions to looking to address is this issue that is being discussed about the deferral of the rezoning until later, and I want to kind of return to that. And I thank the commissioners for the questions of the officers this morning, which was indicated that I think Mr. Wesney was willing to at least provide an initial response to the submissions and the evidence and the officer's reply. And I want to circle back to that. So that's really the first topic I want to address. And then the second topic is really just to put into context the reasons why we are seeking or think there's justification in terms of adding these new 2 facilities to the list. In terms of that first topic, that deferral question, we don't yet know the reasoning from the officers as to why these facilities have been excluded from the list, the current list of 6. There was the verbal indication from Mr. Wesney this morning that he said really 2 things. Number one, he said it's a question of scale. And then the second thing he said was it's a judgment call. And apart from that, that's been expressed verbally in response to commissioners' questions this morning. Of course, there's nothing in writing. There's no 42A officer's report which provides that rationale. We say in broad terms that it's best to consider the addition of these 2 facilities now at the same time as considering the relevant rules, particularly when you're dealing with a zone of this nature, which is quite confined in its nature just to particular facilities. And importantly, there's no opposition. There's no opposition at all to this addition. There's no one else who's relevant, who's a submitter, who's made a further submission or has made any comment in that regard. And so it's quite a confined issue in that regard. So I will circle back to that. And then generally, a final point by way of overview, we're saying that the two facilities here, and I'm about paragraph 13 of my submissions, they're unique facilities, they're not easily replicated elsewhere, particularly the confluence of the electricity and gas transmission, the water and the rural location. And we say that the scale here is regionally and nationally significant. So that's the overview. And with your leave, I'll just go and deal with that first topic, which is that question of deferral. When should this topic be heard? And I wanted to depart a little bit to start with from what I've written in the submissions, because this is a topic where there's a bit of frustration, to be frank, from my client's perspective. And the 40, I don't expect you to have this in front of you, but the 42A report for hazardous substances expressly told us it's going to be dealt with today. And if I could give you the two references to that 42A report, I'll just read them out. But paragraph 21 of the 42A report, footnote 3, and I'll read it, says Todd Generation has sought rezoning of the McKee Peaker plant and the Junction Road power plant to the major facility zone. These zoning requests will be heard in the major facility zone hearing currently scheduled for late March 2022. Expressly told us it's going to be dealt with today. And then at paragraph 276 of that same report said the requests from Todd Generation regarding the MPP and JRPP have been evaluated earlier in this report. As outlined in paragraph 131 above, we recommend that these submission points are rejected pending a decision on rezoning of these sites at the major facility zone hearing to be held early in 2022. So you can understand a degree of frustration from Todd, who have expressly been told twice in no uncertain terms that they'll be dealt with here in this hearing, only then to receive the 42A report for this hearing, and it's not dealt with. It's kicked for touch. So we're at a significant disadvantage because we haven't seen the officer's assessment of the topic yet. We've been told this is the appropriate hearing, and we actually agree with what's in that 42A report for hazardous substances, that this is the appropriate hearing, but we're yet to receive the analysis or the response on the topic.
Stephen, what do you suggest we do? We sounds like a Billy Goat Gruff story, waiting for the next bigger goat to come across the bridge. Who was? I wasn't involved in the hazardous substances hearing. Commissioner Coffin chaired that with Commissioner McMahon. So, what was that, Mr. Wesley as well?
That's right. Yes.
Yes.
So there's quite an inconsistency in the approach. So I have thought about that, Commissioner, in terms of what to do, because of course the majority of submitters appearing in front of you have the benefit that they have the 42A report and they're just responding to it, whether they agree or disagree. Here we don't have that, so we've gone on the front foot and tried to give quite full evidence and submissions justifying the position, and yet the suggestion is tomorrow afternoon there may be a verbal response. Now, if the verbal response is, we agree, that evidence is very powerful and the submissions, we entirely agree with, then perhaps there's nothing more that we need to say. If, however, the officers disagree tomorrow afternoon, and unfortunately I've got another hearing tomorrow, so I can't even be here to hear that, what I was going to request from you, Commissioner, was the opportunity at least to better respond in writing to that, which I appreciate is unusual after the officers have perhaps given a right of reply. But given that we haven't even got a primary recommendation here, I think in my submission that might be a fair approach if we've actually got a chance to respond to the reason why these two facilities wouldn't be included.
Yes, but I think you'd agree that the intention from the council, at least, despite what was in the hazardous substances 42A report, is to hear these matters in that rezoning chapter, where we will have a 42A report that looks at all the rezonings. And this is a rezoning, isn't it, Mr. Quinn?
Yes, it is, although as I indicated before, we are talking about a specific chapter with and the only changes that have been sought really in terms of from a Todd perspective are changes which directly relate to the to the listing of these facilities and some consequential changes. So it was considered that was a discrete piece or consideration that could be heard, and it's suggested that given the small number of sites which we are dealing with here in a relatively simple or confined chapter, it is one where it could have been appropriate to deal with altogether. And as I say, that's what was signalled not too long ago in terms of that hazardous substances report.
So your submission is it has, just to summarise my understanding, it hasn't been dealt with in the Section 42A report. It's been referred onwards to another hearing in the future.
Yes.
There is no consideration of the merits of the submission in the 42A report.
That's correct. We've
heard today from Mr. Wesney that, on the prompting of Commissioner McMahon, that he could give a verbal indication, presumably with some reasoning, in his verbal right of reply.
Yes.
And if that was positive, you'd be satisfied, and I presume you just monitor the 42A report for the rezoning hearing to see whether that flowed through.
That's right, because what I don't want to occur, and I mean, obviously there's an issue of cost and resources here, because having presented the evidence and presented today in terms of the submissions, what frankly we don't want to do is have to do exactly the same thing in the future at the rezoning hearing, which will be a complete double up in terms of what we're presenting today. So having been pointed to this hearing, I suppose what we're after is it is dealt with substantively today and is part of your considerations. But the only caveat to that is, to the extent there's a new assessment or any further information from officers provided tomorrow, we just have a chance to respond to that.
Okay, I'll have to have a talk to Commissioner McMahon about this. This is a procedural issue, and if your suggestion found favour, we'd have to get, I think, some sort of written response from the 42A reporters, not only the verbal response, and you would be seeking essentially a further right of reply on behalf of your clients if it was your submissions weren't accepted. That's my understanding of what you're suggesting.
That's right, only because it would be the first time that we would see any reasoning at all for the exclusion of these facilities. So it's not like I'm having a second bite of the cherry. I'd literally be having a first bite.
To me, I appreciate the time and cost aspect, but the other alternative is, I said, you just reserve up this evidence. I think we're looking in June for those rezoning hearings, and sort of keep it tidy and in order, which I suppose is my preference at the moment. But yeah, we'll confer perhaps over the afternoon tea break, and certainly, Hamish, you're listening in, whether you had any thoughts. We might as well deal with this from your perspective now.
Just a couple of points. Just thinking about just hearing it now and or deferring it till the rezoning one. I agree with what Mr. Quinn noted in terms of these are two relatively bespoke rezoning requests, where I think about the other rezoning requests, whether it's from rural to residential or commercial to mixed use or something like that, there's probably zone-wide considerations and how the spatial extent applies. I think in this case, you've got two sites which can be looked at independently of each other, and there's no other requests for zone rezonings that would have an influence on this matter. So I think that's one point. The second one is just the information. So I think it's fortunate with the evidence from Todd that makes our assessment easier now that we've got the evidence. All we were doing was relying on what was in the submission, which was fairly limited. So we're in a more informed position now to be able to do an assessment to evaluate.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's probably two points.
Yeah, so from an efficiency point of view, you've got 2 weeks for a right of reply after we finish. You've got Cam's quite detailed assessment looking at the criteria. Would you be comfortable to add this in as an additional matter to report back on?
Yes, comfortable with that, and agree with Mr. Quinn. If our recommendation was to reject those rezoning requests, then I think it's only fair that they be provided an opportunity to respond to that, because it would be the first time they've seen some written material on it.
Okay. How does that sound, David? I'm just thinking about efficiency and effectiveness, which is your.
It sounds like a good compromise. I do take the point that these are bespoke, but I also take the point that there's no challenge to them, and so really it's a matter between the council and the submitter. So there's no, as I understand, there are no further submissions in support or opposition of the relief sort. So that's nicely ring fenced in terms of the parties that are involved. And that leads itself to, I think, a sequential approach whereby, firstly, Mr. Wesney is able to give a verbal response in his right of reply tomorrow. If that is a favourable response, then maybe if he has any questions of detail in terms of information that goes into the zone, there's an opportunity for him and Mr. Twigley to meet and work that through, and then reflect that. And thirdly, in the written right of reply that that's given, and even if there was a slight increase in the time for that, I think that loss of time would be more than made up from the efficiencies and not having to deal with it in the rezoning hearings in June or July, whenever they are.
Yeah, we've certainly got enough to go on with in those rezoning hearings.
Yes. So I guess a three-stage response that I'm suggesting: verbal response, and I guess the second and third stages depend on what that verbal response is. But if it is favourable and that there is some merit, then some conferencing, and to assist the written right of reply being the third response. If it's unfavourable, then I guess the question is whether Mr. Quinn wants to then exercise the right of reply on that, or whether we would wait until the rezoning hearing for him to do that in a more fulsome manner.
I'm hearing, Stephen, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you prefer the former opportunity, not coming back to it in the rezoning hearings.
Yes, I mean, thank you, commissioners, and Mr. Wesney. I think that's kind of an elegant solution in terms of dealing with this. And I think if there is an indication in both tomorrow verbally and in writing that it's not favourable, we would still be presenting the same evidence at the rezoning hearing unless another reason's put forward in terms of it not being favourable. So I'd be happy to respond to that negative recommendation should that arise in writing, and then it could be dealt with. It's all done and dusted at that point, and as a package. And certainly I wouldn't make the recommendation in terms of this process if there were other submitters, other interests, which your rezoning hearings upcoming in June, obviously many of them you have multiple parties, but as Commissioner McMahon said here, that's not the case. So I think it can be confined as a narrow point.
Okay, no, I think that's worked out quite well. Presume Hamish and Cam, there'd need to be a precinct plan of some description to link it in if that was the case, if the response was favourable.
Yes, I can indicate there were plans attached to the submissions as originally filed, and it would just be a matter of checking those and updating those, particularly for consistency with how some of the other precinct plans are represented in that zone.
Yes, Mr. Quinn, are they the plans that are attached to Mr. Pye's evidence?
No, I think they were attached to the original submission that was filed by Todd Generation.
Okay.
So, but I accept. I mean, at the end of the day, that becomes matters of detail. Should the recommendation be made and that be accepted, and it would just be. I think there's an issue of making sure whatever new precinct plans are added in, there's an internal consistency issue there.
Yes, and that's why I was thinking that some time between Mr. Twigley and Mr. Wesney to work through those and get it right. So that's presented back as an agreed set of provisions.
Yes, agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, well, thanks. We'll proceed on that basis. I know that, you know, it's a day out of your lives for you in terms of listening into a hearing like this. So if we can deal with that in that way, I think that'd be good. So carry on, Stephen.
Yes, so I'm now under the heading background on page 5, and from this point on, it's really just providing the justification or the information that we think is relevant to listing those 2 facilities. I should note here that when we presented on this topic, I suppose right at the start, the first hearing, there was the offer made of a site visit, and that offer certainly is still on the table to the extent that's useful to the commissioners in terms of seeing these 2 facilities. And I just reiterate that in case that's perhaps part of your process and deliberation in terms of deciding whether these facilities should be added in. Paragraph 19 and paragraph 20 is really just making the distinction by way of overview between the roles of Todd Generation versus Todd Energy. So again, in very much an overview sense, Todd Generation's business is focused on the supply of energy, and its interest is in the electricity generation assets. And these 2 facilities, MPP and JRPP, are 2 facilities in their arsenal. Both of them have a capacity of 100 megawatts. By contrast with Todd Energy Limited, the focus is in terms of the supply of natural gas. They supply about 40% of New Zealand's natural gas requirements, and they supply all the natural gas for these 2 facilities, MPP and JRPP, to operate. So what we say is together, those 2 elements together provide an integrated energy system interconnected through pipeline infrastructure works. And I've just made it quoted there from Mr. Peiselman's evidence at paragraph 21, saying the natural gas that Todd Energy extracts and refines is exported via pipeline to MPP and JRPP, where it's converted to electricity for use throughout New Zealand. We say that that's consistent with the definition of major facility in the proposed plan, which recognises some of the integrated energy systems as nationally important facilities capable of being defined as major facilities. Going on to the particular provisions of the chapter itself, and we've noted there are some consequential changes. I've referred to paragraph 25 to that definition of major facility, and again focusing on the fact that it must be regionally or nationally significant. And we note that the plan obviously lists a number of facilities, including the Kia Minga Hiwa production station. And really what we're submitting is that MPP and JRPP should be included under that definition because they're inherently integrated infrastructure that are equally deserving as those other facilities as being classified. And I appreciate it always starts to get difficult. I mean, Mr. Wesney's called this a judgment call. Appreciate it does get difficult in terms of when you've got a list and what's included on the list and what's not included. And as yet, we haven't really seen the justification for the exclusion of these facilities. So our focus is on why they fit within that definition, and particularly their regional or national significance is really the thrust of the evidence and submissions that we're putting forward.
Just on that point, yes. Is it a matter of regional or national significance in terms, I mean, certainly we know that the port zone is listed as a regionally and nationally significant facility.
Yes.
Mr. Wesney was saying that the energy provisions of the RPS are a little bit different to those of the network utilities and other infrastructure. Do you accept that distinction?
In the sense that that the way in which the energy chapter is dealt with is used a slightly different phrase.
Yes, I don't know that. Well, I'm happy to be wrong. I'm not sure whether the energy chapter does talk about infrastructure and nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. If it does, then my question's redundant, but I'm just going back to the conversation I had with Mr. Wesney before lunch, and he was suggesting, I thought, that it was a different test.
Yes, and again, I don't have that in front of me,
No.
Commissioner, so I'm not entirely sure. And it always makes me a little bit nervous when you start to talk about things that are nationally significant, because of course there's a flow-on effect in terms, or a body of case law and consideration of that phrase in relation to other matters.
Yes.
But it's the phrase which is used in the proposed plan in terms of the definition of major facilities. So it's something that we have addressed in that context. Whether that phrase is correctly used or the wording's correctly used, I suppose I'm not able to debate, but that's what we've followed through in terms of saying, how
maybe
do
I can take it up.
facilities fit in?
Maybe I'll take it up with Mr. Twigley, but and for his benefit, and I'm sure he was listening in this morning, we talked about the MPS UD definition of nationally significant infrastructure. We also talked about the definition in the RPS, which was no definition. It refers to regionally significant infrastructure and gives some examples. Obviously, it gives the port as an example, and the port is listed as a nationally significant piece of infrastructure, and I think in the MPS anyway. So I'm just trying to understand what's the thrust of the higher order documents when it comes to major facilities, major energy facilities.
Yeah, and I think that is something that Mr. Twigley will be able to address. The only thing which I suppose becomes clear in terms of the evidence and submissions that we're making is the interconnected nature of the system. Obviously, you've got the Todd Energy facility and the provision of all the natural gas, and then the generation of that into electricity, and it's the interconnected nature of that. And of course, that becomes quite arbitrary when you start to include a list where you include some and not others.
Yes.
And so much of the thrust is actually how you've got to view this as an interconnected whole.
Yes, because I don't know that the definition of major facility is that helpful either, because it relies pretty much on listing the facilities as opposed to a more in-depth description of what they constitute.
That's right.
Yes. So you're there by mere dint of listing as opposed to qualifying by way of a definition that describes what its essential aspects and traits might be.
Sure. I mean, an obvious example, Commissioners, in relation to the pipeline connection between facilities, because that doesn't necessarily work particularly well in terms of the major facility zone, and then all of a sudden there you have to have reference to other provisions in the plan. So it's certainly not a complete answer.
Although, sorry, just to contradict myself, Mr. Quinn, I just having a look at the definition of major facilities does mean those facilities which are regionally or nationally significant.
Yes.
Which contribute to the economic and social well-being of the community. So there's the tie back to the strategic objective there.
Yes.
In the context of the district, these include, and then there's the list of them. So the terms regionally and nationally significant become a prerequisite for the inclusion, presumably.
That's right, and that's what we've focused our evidence on, is to number one, I suppose, educating the commissioners about what happens at these facilities, and number two, why they fit within that framework.
Yes, and that's important evidence to base our decision on. I'm also highlighting higher order document references that might assist in deciding whether these are, if they're not nationally significant, whether they are at least regionally significant, so that they would qualify in terms of that definition.
Yes, thank you. So paragraph 28, I simply noted some points in terms of the 32 report, section 32 report, and particularly the issues in relation to whether we've got a specialised nature of activities, whether there's require operational and on-site development flexibility, and also the scale of facilities, which was the point that Mr. Wesney referred to, and the extent to which that scale of activities might have off-site impacts. So again, what we've done is try to highlight and deal with those matters and evidence as well in the evaluation that's been presented to the commissioners as to the justification for adding these two in. What I've replicated in paragraph 29 of my submissions is that table that tries to deal with those site selection factors and our response in terms of in terms of why we think these two facilities justify listing. I don't plan to go through each of those, but the intention was to pick up those 5 points in that table and to provide the response. So you'll have it kind of there in summary form, which I think is useful in terms of your overall evaluation and making a decision. And in particular, noting in particular, we've addressed the size of the facilities from in terms of their megawatt size, but also that unique nature in terms of the fast start nature, which is something which Mr. Pye can talk about. But the reason, in essence, how these facilities work in with the supply of electricity generally and the renewable electricity market, and why these sites are so important and unique in that respect. In terms of the large physical scale and operational scale, and we've dealt with there with the size from in terms of how many hectares that they operate, and also some consents, additional consents in terms of potential expansion, which may occur in the future. We've dealt with the location aspect and the reason why these sites are so critical in terms of their proximity to gas, water supply, and the high voltage electricity infrastructure, and the uniqueness in that regard. And then also that the last point in terms of flexibility, which links back to the question from the Commissioner Daish earlier about new technologies, and noting that the new technologies are rapidly expanding, and there's, to the extent that it's useful in terms of taking advantage of that in the future, the co-location with existing infrastructure becomes quite important. I mean, particularly as some of those technologies might be experimental in their early stages, it's quite a big call to take a complete greenfield site and to seek a whole new consent for it, particularly if it might be a non-compliant consent, as opposed to the benefit of co-location and being able to deal with things perhaps on a smaller scale first by way of trial before it ramps up. And so again, another reason why there's some importance in terms of the listing of these sites as major facilities. Paragraph 30, noting here that the two facilities we're dealing with are the only large-scale electricity generating infrastructure in the district. So it's not all about the extraction activities, but also recognising the electricity generation aspect to the network. And I've dealt with it, paragraph 31, the regional policy statement, and in particular, I've noted the energy MET 10 includes provisions in district plans that make appropriate provision for exploration, development, production, transmission, and distribution. So that's providing a link in terms of the RPS. From paragraph 33 on in the submissions, a lot of that's just really summarised the evidence, but it's the importance that we say these sites hold as major facilities. We say nationally, but not just regionally. The fact that we're only dealing with only large scale electricity generation facilities, they're reliable, they provide a readily available supply of fuel, and acknowledging that they're only one component of the energy system. And I won't repeat the summary I've provided there, particularly paragraph 37, 38, 39. That comes from Mr. Pye's evidence, but it provides really the justification and the link back to that guidance and those tests as to what's relevant regarding the listing of facilities. And in particular, paragraph 39 focusing in on how the plant aids in emergencies and power shortages. And it's the linkage of these peaker plants to the rest of the electricity network. Now from paragraph 40 on my submissions, I deal with that topic of future developments and existing use rights. And the reason we endeavoured to deal with this quite as we could in evidence, acknowledging that there is a forward-looking component to it, in the sense of you don't actually know exactly what is going to occur by way of changes and new technologies and the need for expansion. But it's to respond to any suggestion that there might be that why do you need a major facility zone recognition in the plan if you've got existing consents for your existing plant, and why can't you just stick with the rural production zone, which is the underlying zoning that both facilities have, and the suggestion that that's adequate. And the point here being is that nothing's static, and I don't think things are static in terms of these two plants. And so the intention is, in the evidence of Mr. Pai, was to discuss the future developments that are proposed for MPP and JRPP, and the need for there to be some flexibility to enable for improvements to these sites. And that's what I've summarised in paragraph 41 that comes from the evidence. It shows the consented energy efficiency project at MPP, and that so there's a concept design for something equivalent at JRPP. The fact that Todd Generation will always be keeping a watch on energy technologies. 41.3 deals with developments presently under consideration, and that includes carbon capture and storage, incorporation of hydrogen fuel sources, energy storage, and bioenergy. And so those tables, those options, we say are compatible with the existing activities. And so what we say is that
sorry to interrupt again, Stephen. And signaling forward to Cam, I'm really interested with these development opportunities, which so I think I said this morning, many of these are certainly being looked at seriously around the world in the life of this district plan. So just to get some comment from you about the scope of the submission, and how if these areas did come within the major facility zone, how they might be handled within the objectives, policies and rules. I've asked Hamish some questions about that before Christmas.
For lunch.
And yeah, so just I'll be asking you those same sort of questions. So just a heads up.
Yes, and thank you for that signal. And it's certainly appreciated that we can't in this plan provide for the unknown in terms of those technologies on a permitted basis, but to the extent that that a consent process is required, what the ultimate proposition we're putting forward is that it's ultimately going to be a much more appropriate and focused consent process if you are in a major facility zone with existing infrastructure, which must be taken into account as part of the assessment of those consents, as opposed to being in a rural production zone, which doesn't necessarily provide that same recognition in terms of the importance of the facility from a regional or national perspective. So no guarantees in terms of outcome, but simply a more appropriate starting point in terms of a consent process is our summary of that. But I think Mr. Twigley better discuss further in terms of the objectives and policies. And that's what we've referred to in terms of the consenting pathway, which I've referred to paragraph 41.6. And also noting at 41.7, we're not in a position of being a requiring authority that can have a designation, which, although I appreciate these days designations are starting to get a little bit closer to resource consents in terms of their usefulness, but certainly the philosophy was always, once you've got a designation, there is a degree of flexibility which exists in terms of your operations within the purpose of the requiring authority. Here, Todd doesn't have that flexibility, and so there's a need, I think a greater need, to focus on what is the appropriate underlying zoning for the facility. And then simply move on in terms of alternatives to that zoning, and what we're suggesting is that the rural protection zone in essence is not the right alternative. The major facility zone for these two is the most appropriate, and I think some of that is perhaps it becomes a little bit self-obvious when you read through the evidence. And then lastly, I just briefly addressed the Section 32AA evaluation, and in particular, Mr. Twigley's evidence goes through the quoted 3 aspects of his analysis in terms of the 32AA evaluation as to why this proposal is consistent with that. And then finally, what's attached to Appendix 1 was simply read that the changes to the provisions that's taken from the officer's report, the 42A report. But as I indicated to the Commissioner, the 2 proposed plans haven't been added in there. They form part of the submission as filed, and it would be subject to any final detailed check between planners if we got to that point.
Thank you.
I hope that provides sufficient overview, and subject to any questions, I was going to go forward that the intended order in terms of the 3 witnesses was Mr. Pye was proposed to go first, followed by Mr. Posselman, and then Mr. Twigley to finish with.
Good. Did you have any further questions, David, for Stephen? No, I just had one observation, I suppose, that the plan that we've hatched for considering these 2 sites, of course, Greymouth Petroleum, we've got 4 other sites. They seem to be content to deal with those in the rezoning request. Whether that changes anything for you, Hamish, in terms of the way forward?
No, I thought about that, but I think that, as I said, I think each one of these rezoning requests is bespoke and can be handled discreetly.
So they're content to deal with that in the rezoning request, so we can carry on with our cunning plan. Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Yes. So we'll just move to you, Mr. Pye. Welcome back, I think.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, and good afternoon, Commissioners. Now, hopefully, we can take my evidence as read. And yes. So what I was going to propose today was to just run through a couple of slides just to summarise that and pull out some of the key points to talk to, ultimately aimed at why we believe these facilities are major, they're unique, and they are deserving of the flexibility that this kind of zoning can give them. So I'll just go and share my screen, and I've just got 3 or 4 slides to talk to, and then we can go through any questions. Okay, is that sharing okay? Perfect.
Yes, that's all good.
Excellent. So the first thing I just wanted to talk to was around the regional and national significance of the Makee Power Plant and the Junction Road Power Plant. And so what I think that's all based on is the generally well understood concept that electricity is going to play a major part in this nation's future, certainly over the next 10 years and well beyond. And there's a picture of to the right there of the energy trilemma, which as a participant in the energy industry, it's what we're always trying to solve within, and that's clean energy, affordable energy, and secure energy. And so when I look to those 3 points of the energy trilemma, and I think of the Junction Road and Makee power plants, they firmly fit within the security of supply point of that triangle, but also contribute to the affordability corner of that triangle as well. Look, there's no sugarcoating that they're gas-fired facilities, but I think when we talk to the peaking nature of these plants, that they're able to enable other more intermittent generation to be treated as more reliable generation, because we know we've got a backup if we need it. So when I look at these sites that have been constructed, in terms of providing additional security, that we've got these sites that exist, they've got grid connections, they've got fuel connections, and as we need more security as we move through the next decades, that these sites are ideally placed to provide that security to the energy system. And I think it's worth me just clarifying what security means, which is that the lights don't go out. Our economy wouldn't function particularly well without a very reliable supply of electricity. So when I talk to the significance of these plants, they can supply around about 140,000 homes in terms of their scale. I did some calculations recently, and I think that Hamilton plus Tauranga adds up to about 110 to 120,000 homes. So that gives you a bit of a guide on what that means. They can start up, if called upon, within 5 minutes. They're not affected by the weather in terms of whether or not they can turn on. The weather has a small effect on the amount of power they can produce. And they effectively have an unlimited operating time, provided there's fuel there to put into them. These two plants are about 40% of New Zealand's thermal peaking fleet. And when we add that on to the plants that are in Stratford, also within the Taranaki region, that's 80% of New Zealand's secure, reliable gas peaking fleet in this part of the world. The highlight for me, last year, 9th of August, there was a supply crunch that happened within New Zealand for some factors that are lined up within my evidence. But the outcome of this was 35,000 homes were disconnected from supply. And I've got there in the picture that the price spiked up to 300,000, but I think the final outcome is that it was found to have been capped at $10,000 per megawatt hour. The long run average for electricity is about $75 to $80 per megawatt hour. So that shows just how much of an effect a loss of security can have. And throughout that event, the plants here were operating at full capacity.
Mr. Pike, could I just interrupt?
Sure.
Could you just remind me what the term peaking fleet refers to?
So what it means, effectively, it's a generator that can be turned on when it's required by the electricity system operator. So they'll send a signal to us saying, hey, turn it on, and we'll say, hey, we can turn it on. It's not relying on the wind to blow, the sun to shine, the rivers to have enough water.
So, so what does the 40% refer to?
In terms of capacity, so there's approximately 500 megawatts of thermal peaking plant in New Zealand, and so these two plants represent 200 megawatts of that.
Okay. So if there's a call to arms, so to speak, these two plants can contribute 40% of that required artillery. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yep.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay, so that was me in terms of national and regional significance. I'll just move on and now touch on the uniqueness. So in terms of power plants like this, they need high capacity gas, which is both the pressure of the gas and the volume. They need high voltage electricity connections, and those connections need to have available space within them to actually connect a power plant. You can have big power lines that are fully subscribed and therefore can't actually transmit power. We prefer reliable access to water, and we definitely need a skilled technical workforce to keep these complicated assets up and running. I've added a bit of a picture on the right-hand side there, which shows in red the what we call the Maui gas lines, or first gas major pipelines, which run from Oanui up to Rotoaru, which is near Huntly. And the blue is showing the power lines on that picture. So you can see a few areas I've circled in purple, one being Stratford, where we already have peaking generation. The next being Otrahonga, where we have a consented site held as hopefully our next cab off the rank, and then Huntly itself, where there's already existing peaking generation. This circle here is the Junction Road plant, and over here we have the McKee plants, which are both now both connected onto the main pipelines and both injecting into what are now fully subscribed power lines. So in terms of the infrastructure connections there, my numbers are around about 15% of the investment goes into connecting the gas and the electricity, so it's quite significant. And when we look at future investments on these plants, those connections are already sunk. So as Mr. Quinn mentioned, when we're looking at more commercially unproven technologies, we're taking a reasonable barrier away from their development, and we can expand their sites incrementally rather than having to create a new greenfield site to trial something out. And the last point I wanted to talk to was flexibility. The pictures on the left, we've got to Bowden's. This is an image from the heat recovery or energy efficiency project that we have consented at the McKee Power Plant. That's an example of what the complexity of some of the equipment looks like. And then in the bottom, we have a battery energy storage system coupled to a gas peaker in California. So effectively, I'm seeing a rapidly developing landscape in terms of the electricity system at the moment, and there's so many options out there. So we're keeping a broad watch across a number of technologies, and as any asset owner, so we're a little bit concerned about the relevance of our assets moving forward, but also making sure that we can adapt them so that they provide the best outcomes for New Zealand Inc. So we look at, hey, well, what kind of fuel is going to go into these? How can we make them more efficient and more relevant? How can we expand their flexibility through storage, and how can we even reduce their emissions through carbon capture? So that's probably just scratching the surface of the things that could be considered and the other unknowns that we haven't come across in the next decade. The one certainty is it's all going to come a lot faster than I think any of us realise. My favourite quote at the moment, I think, is that the half of our vehicle fleet will be EVs in the next 5 years. So you can talk to me in 5 years and tell me if I'm right or wrong, but I reckon I'm not too far off the money. So look, these projects and these additions, be it incremental, I think, and being that the effects can be appropriately managed, these two sites are really well placed in order to contribute to the industry and to keep themselves relevant in terms of both cost efficiency and the effectiveness of a place to actually put them. So in summary, McKee Power Plant and Junction Road Power Plant, significant facilities, 40% of the peaking capacity, and that represents about $200 million of investment so far. They're critically important elements for ensuring we have a secure national supply, and they're unique and not easily replicated in that they need the high capacity transmission of gas, electricity, a workforce, and if preferable, a water supply. So picking up then on why we think they should be major facility zones, it's about that flexibility for meeting a future district and national needs. There were no submissions against the evidence we've presented, and it appears to be a simple matter in terms of not setting a diluted precedent for major facility zones and not fundamentally altering the structure of the plan as proposed. So hopefully that's a bit of a high-level summary of the evidence, and welcome any questions or thoughts on that.
Do you want to go first, David, with any questions?
Yeah, sure. I'm happy to do that, Stephen. Just aside from the questions I had for you, Mr. Pye, the term diluted precedent, what are you referring to there?
I guess lowering the bar would be what I'm aiming at there.
Yeah. So making sure that whoever's in the tent is deserving of being in the tent.
That's right. That's right.
Yep. Okay, that's what I thought. To help me with that then, how would you compare the two sites that McKee and Junction Road with some of the sites that are inside the tent, particularly I guess the McKee one that's there already for Todd?
Yeah, I think, and perhaps Mr. Peiselman will talk to this a little bit soon, but we need to think about this as an energy system as well, that all of these, you talk about a production station, you talk even about a methanol station, you talk about a peaker plant, these are all part of an energy ecosystem, and they all have their various abilities to turn themselves on and off in response to demand. Yes. So, look, if I just think about it, maybe by way of an example, that let's say that a methanol facility wants to stop producing or ramp down their production. What you don't want to then end up with is a gas facility, a gas production facility that also has to ramp down its production. What's a better outcome for the energy system is to divert that energy somewhere else, and a peaker plant's an ideal place for that. And that can work in reverse as well.
Okay. So there's not necessarily any direct comparison between the Macquarie Power Plant and the Junction Road Power Plant and the Macquarie Production Station. They serve different roles in that that circuit that you just referred to
within the system. But I think it's fair to say that they all benefit from connection to existing infrastructure that's been in place for some time.
Yes.
And that would then, if you were asking the question of, well, where would I build the next one, or where would I choose to expand one of these facilities or modify one of these facilities versus create a greenfields one somewhere, I imagine the most efficient outcome is to modify an existing facility rather than create a brand new one somewhere else.
Okay. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Pye. That's all from me.
Chris, very interesting evidence. It's a field that I do quite a lot of work in, so I'm very interested in both the different generation types and also the resilience question for our energy sector. Your evidence is very important, just in terms of us thinking about the role of these two sites and the appropriate zoning. I wonder if we could get a copy of your presentation, which will go into our deliberations pile. It's quite a nice way of, you've summarised it really well, and if you just get that through Stephen to Christine or Julie or Cam, they're tuned into our administration team, that would be really helpful. I'm particularly interested in your paragraphs 34 through to 42, and this is on the resilience question. And I just had, I understand that the paragraph 33, the base load, intermittent renewable resources, and the key role that peaker generation plays. But can you just take me through your paragraph 34? While these plants have ability to generate up to probably 120 megawatts, they're not doing that all the time, are they? They're just coming in and out of the stack or the grid system, aren't they?
Yeah, that's correct. So there's 4 individual units on these sites, 2 on each with a sizing of 50 megawatts. Being a gas turbine, they perform best when they're dispatched at their full operational capacity, but they don't have to be. So we prefer to put them into the market in 50 megawatt lots, which gives us some flexibility within that total generation profile.
So you do have quite a lot of flexibility even amongst your 2 sites. You can dispatch them in blocks of 50 up to 200.
Yep.
And when you say you can go somewhat less, that's less efficient, isn't it?
That's right. So if we turn them down from full output, then the amount of gas they consume relative to the amount of electricity they produce goes up. So yeah, it reduces the efficiency and increases the cost of the product.
Yes. And when you say it remains the most reliable and lowest cost option in New Zealand, can you take me through that?
Sure.
Is reliable, you mean in terms of or just a capacity factor, or is it something?
I think in that sense there, what I mean is that when you need the energy, it's there. When I think of alternatives for peaking, look, there's some hydro plants that can provide peaking ability as well, but they're still constrained by relative water levels. If I look to larger thermals, they don't like changing, going from off to 50 megawatts to off to 50 megawatts to 30 megawatts. They don't like moving around. So in terms of reliable, when New Zealand needs power, these are available and they can provide it.
And when you talk about lowest cost option, is that in relation to the peaking function only?
Yeah, look, in terms of providing that peaking function, it's the lowest cost.
Yes, but not for general. My understanding is that using gas for electricity is not the lowest cost if you.
No, it's not.
No. Okay.
No. And so we typically sit at the top of the offer stack, not the bottom.
Yes, understood that.
So you know, where we should see a well-functioning market, we see hydro being dispatched, and then stacks to going up the rate order. You see some wind, then some geothermal.
Yes.
Then we'll probably see some solar soon.
Yes.
And then gas sits on probably gas baseload, then gas peaking.
So, is your paragraph right when you say it's in lowest cost option in New Zealand? Is that?
So, perhaps lowest cost option for peaking, or for peaking supply is a better way of wording it.
Right. And we do know from perhaps the analysts, or you can confirm, this increased use of electricity is predicted, isn't it, with EVs and.
I can find 100 references for that.
Yes, and people moving away from coal-fired boilers and production facilities for milk plants and all sorts of things. That's right, isn't it?
That's right, and you know, a lot of this is driven by customer and lender expectations, and everybody wants the same thing at once, which is going to put incredible stress on the system, because the system, electricity systems, or any large infrastructure, takes time to catch up with consumers. So it's going to be a challenging period, I think.
And the technology change is going to be rapid. You've given us evidence about that.
Yeah. It will be rapid, and it's often led in overseas markets where they're subject to subsidy. So we see a lot of noise before it becomes a reality in New Zealand. So often a lot of talk. We sit here saying it doesn't quite make economic sense, but the time, you know, this will very rapidly make economic sense in New Zealand. And so being ready for that moment is, I think, the key.
Yes, I'm certainly interested in. You had some. You and Mr. Quinn, the reason why these sites are located where they are, they're next to the main gas transmission lines and near the transmission network. You've got Taranaki has got a very strong support network around it in terms of heavy engineering and other support services. So would you say that those all lead to the fact that these are, I think you use the term unique, but these sites are there for a very good reason as major facility locations, aren't they? They just.
That's right. I can't build one of these in Wellington. I can't build one in Palmerston North or Taupo. Or it's very limited.
Yes, and there's a classic geography thing we learned in geography. I think industrial location theory. Why industry goes to certain places. I know from my own experience that there's a limited number of these sweet spots around the country where everything lines up to make an ideal area.
That's right.
So really, I do take on board your evidence that these sites are there for their unique attributes. There is going to be change. They're likely to be in the mix for adding on new technology, adapting to new energy, new industrial processes. They're likely to be looked at by companies like yourselves as a key starting point for expansion and new systems?
Yeah, well, absolutely. I mean, I'm probably limited in what I can say from a commercial
point of view.
viewpoint, but I think you're typically better at doing things at scale because it provides you a better cost per unit outcome. And so, if you were going to do something and you could do it at one of these locations versus doing it 1,000 times over a number of premises at a higher cost, you know, the better outcome for New Zealand is to do it once in an enabling location.
Okay, no, that's great. Thank you for your evidence, and just those additional answers are important to us. So thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
We'll move on to you now, Nick, I think.
Afternoon, everybody. Can everyone hear me okay? I wasn't planning on running through my evidence. If everyone was happy with that, just touching on a couple of key points, really. Starting with paragraph 27 of my evidence there. There's a set of illustrations in Appendix 1 of my evidence. These illustrations in general form we saw before at the first hearing that we presented at. The key additions I just wanted to run through to these illustrations were the peaking infrastructure that Mr. Pye and Mr. Quinn have just talked about, specifically sheet 2, where it details the location of the McKee peaker plant and also shows the private 110 kV line that links into this Transpower network of energy. Also sheet 5 shows a Junction Road power plant and its interrelations with that key infrastructure there. So again, just the illustrations reiterate the energy system there that we have and the integration between the natural gas infrastructure in our case and also this key electricity peaking infrastructure that then links into the national grid. A couple of other points, I guess, just reiterating Mr. Pye's point on the pace of change. We're overwhelmed every week in this organisation, and Mr. Pye's probably similar at the pace of change and how New Zealand's energy story needs to change and grow and evolve. And for me, that speaks to the unique operational needs of these peaking facilities, just in terms of what the future might throw up and how these sites and this, hopefully this bespoke zoning can respond to these needs. I guess that's a future sighted point, but also in terms of their use as lifeline utilities, both the peaking facilities and the infrastructure associated with them and our natural gas facilities are both lifeline utilities. So if something was to ever go wrong, if there was ever to be a big bang, these would be called on as key bits of infrastructure and key assets there to help in that regard as well. So that's all I really wanted to say, and happy to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. Those diagrams are first class. They're really helpful to us. So thank you for having those put together, or if you already had them, they're obviously very useful to us. David, did you have some questions?
Not really. That's very clear. I think your evidence complements Mr. Pye's very well. I obviously don't have the same knowledge of this industry that the chair does, but I'm learning very quickly. So hence some of my perhaps naive questions earlier, but I have no further questions, Mr. Pye's-Wynne.
Okay, thanks guys.
And I'm clear too, so appreciate your evidence, Nick, and your assistance.
Cheers.
So moving to you, Cam, I think.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, so just summarising my evidence, the changes, sought to the major facility zone provisions are pretty obvious. Don't really need to go into those, but it's more around, the justification is probably where I want to spend a little bit of time. So just turning to paragraph 25 of my evidence. So the approach that I took was to really dig into, what criteria have the council use to determine, which facilities in the district are major facilities for the zone. And the Section 32 report identifies some key resource management issues that apply or relate to the zone. And so I looked at those. It's got 3 key issues, and when I looked at those, my conclusion was that they all applied to both of the TOD facilities. So that was kind of the starting point. And then went a bit further into the Section 32 report and had a look at the key criteria that the council have used and tried to apply those to both of the TOD facilities and compare those facilities that have been identified as major facility zones with the TOD facilities. It wasn't the easiest exercise, to be honest, to get into any sort of fine-grained detail with, because in some cases you're comparing a facility that might store oil, with a facility that generates electricity, and so there's being able to get into a fine-grained comparison is difficult. But you can look at it at a high level, and when I did that, I certainly felt that both sites are worthy when you go through the criteria. The sites are different from the other sites. There's no disputing that. But I think in terms of their operational aspects and the contributions that they make, which have been detailed in the evidence of others here, they are both worthy sites. That's where I landed. I wanted to turn to that earlier question, and I wasn't present this morning for the questioning of Hamish, but I have picked up on some of the questioning there about the higher order documentation, both the NPS and the RPS. And so there's a couple of points there. I guess in terms of nationally significant infrastructure, the sites don't fall under that definition. The closest they get is you've got the National Grid electricity transmission network, which obviously these aren't part of, but they are connected to it. And then you've also got renewable electricity generation facilities that connect with the National Grid. And clearly these facilities aren't renewable electricity generation, they're non-renewable. So they don't fit under that definition, but I guess they get pretty close.
Yes. Cam, is that that when you say that definition, are you referring to, what definition are you referring to? Or are you referring to a definition?
Under the National Policy Statement.
For UD.
Yeah, UD, Nationally Significant Infrastructure.
Thanks.
Okay. And then, dropping down to the RPS. The RPS does have objectives and policies on regionally significant infrastructure. The background to that chapter gives some examples of what that infrastructure is, and it talks about roads and pipeline networks, electricity transmission networks. It talks about power stations. So it talks about the New Plymouth Power Station, which I believe they're referring to the Trustpower Hydro Station, and then also Stratford in terms of the Contact Power Station. There's no specific mention in the objectives and policies of specific infrastructure. It just talks about that infrastructure generally. And the other key point I'd make there is that the RPS was made operative in 2010.
Yes.
And the McKee Power Station was commissioned in 2013. And Junction Road was commissioned in 2020. So hence the reason you won't see any specific reference to those two plants. But I would suggest that if the RPS was written today, that those two plants would feature in that background section to that chapter, as the existing power stations do. Both that Trustpower example and the Contact example. I think the only other point I wanted to make is just in terms of the potential to meet with Hamish and do some conferencing around looking a bit deeper into that criteria. I'd certainly be open to that. There could be some value in that, I think. And then, yeah, that concludes my summary.
David?
Yes, just two from me, Mr. Twigley. We heard earlier that in 2017, the Taranaki Regional Council had a look at their RPS and asked the question, is it still fit for purpose? And concluded that it was. Were you involved in that in any way? Do you know how robust that was?
I wasn't involved. I believe it was quite a high level review of the RPS. And you're right, they did come to that conclusion.
Yes. Okay. I also recall that in a previous hearing, and it might well have been, gosh, might have been hearing 5. There was mention that the regional coastal plan did have a definition of regionally significant infrastructure. Is that the case?
Yeah, I couldn't confirm that.
Okay.
I'll go and have a look at that document.
Yes. On the assumption I'm right, and I'm not always right, it would be useful to see whether that provides some sort of guidance on what the regional council, with the most recent iteration of a plan under the RMA, considers to be regionally significant infrastructure.
Yeah, I wonder if that would only pick up infrastructure within the coastal environment.
It may do, and neither of these sites are within the coastal environment, are they?
No, they're not.
No, but some of the sites that are listed are partially in the coastal environment. I think at least 3 of them.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, look, it might be a moot point, but it might be useful just to know one way or the other whether the council have landed that concept in their most recent regional plan.
Sure. Yeah, I can certainly have a look at that and report back.
Yes. That aside, what I'm hearing is that from a definitional and statutory perspective, these facilities aren't national infrastructure in terms of the NPSUD.
No.
And they're not specifically mentioned in the examples that the RPS give, given that, acknowledging that the RPS doesn't define the term.
Yeah, correct.
Right. And so that if we were to conclude that it was regionally significant infrastructure, we'd need to rely on the evidence of Mr. Pye and Mr. Peiselman in terms of the contribution that it makes regionally and nationally to the economy and to matters like resilience, etc.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. That's good. That's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, David. Cam, just following on from that and looking at the definition of major facilities, and it needs to be either nationally or regionally significant, yes. We've heard that in terms of the RPS, it's 2010, reflects current electricity generation plant at the time, but your client's ones have come along since then. I'm just thinking about how you might justify in a policy sense some sort of nexus between those factors. Planning, as we know, is continually changing, ongoing, and we just need to make sure that this district plan is fit for purpose, reflects the fact that these are certainly similar to the Stratford Peaker plant, for example. They might even be a bit bigger, Chris, I'm not sure. Similar scale. What's the
the Stratford one's 200 megawatts total. So
okay.
Together they're the same scale.
Yes, but whether they refer to the combined cycle plant or the Stratford Peaker, which are two plants beside each other. So I'm just trying to work out rationale from a planning and policy perspective that you could draw some conclusions that these have been around at the time the RPS was being done. The logical connection would be that they would be included, which I think is your evidence.
Yeah, that's right. I think you could draw some conclusions, looking at those examples that are given and drawing comparisons with the two plants. I think the other thing to say would be that that's probably that probably sums it up, to be fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And just a note in your paragraph 28, you do mention the RPS ENE method 10 include provisions in district plans that make appropriate provision. So a decision maker could perhaps, in your view, say that appropriate provision for a largish power station or two power stations would be to include it in a major facility zone. That you would support that connection?
Yeah, that's the connection I was trying to make, is that there's a direction there in the RPS, for these types of facilities to have provisions such as the major facility zone to enable the benefits that come from those facilities.
Okay. I just wanted to talk about your table 1 on page 6. You mentioned that it wasn't an easy thing to do, but your conclusion from all of those factors is that this does qualify under the criteria used in the section 32?
Yeah, that's correct.
So do you think you need to meet all of those to get in, or are they, you look at those in the round and it's not as though there's some criteria, I know in the ecological sphere, for example, you only have to meet one of a huge list of criteria and you're in. Is this table in a similar thing, or is it in the round more, do you think?
Oh, it's definitely more of a general assessment. It's qualitative more than quantitative, because of the difficulties in comparing some of these facilities. It's more of a general comparison, looking at, like looking at the physical and operational scale is an interesting one, because the physical scale, would suggest that the footprint of these facilities is smaller than some of those other facilities, but operationally, the evidence is pretty clear that they have these plants make a significant contribution, even though the footprint scale is comparatively small.
And that's driven by the nature of the gas turbine, which is a reasonably small, something you can hang off the wing of an airplane.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
So the size isn't necessarily a determining factor in your view, the actual spatial extent.
No, that's right. I mean, the spatial extent is, there's room for growth within those the boundaries of those facilities as well. And the other point that I wanted to make, which picks up on an earlier question, was when we created those precinct plans, we were identifying the primary activities. There was an eye to the future in identifying those, and that's why you'll see heat recovery and energy storage there, because that picks up on some of the examples that Mr. Pye gave around some of the future projects that could occur on those sites, and the benefits of co-locating those types of projects.
Yes, which is that fifth selection factor, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. So look, I do actually look like the analysis you've done there in that table. It provides quite a structured work through, and certainly it's been helpful to us to understand the position being put forward. So even though it's probably not easy to do, it's well worthwhile for us to have it in front of us, and certainly I'm sure Mr. Hamish and also Bronte will be looking through that when they reply. So look, I just had one other question. It's about your changes to MPF ZP3. With this change, from what I can read, all you're doing is adding an or into that policy. Is that right?
Yeah, just a missing or.
Because that is just a missing conjunctive, isn't it? It's
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Not something that you want to have on a boat.
Yes. So you see that more of a typo and more than anything significant.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just a miss,
Yes.
More than that.
And just looking at that policy and these perhaps future or more flexible or new technology options, does that, I'm interested about the term a new primary activity not identified in the precinct. So how do you get the definition of what's a primary activity? Is that, I asked some questions earlier on, seems to go around in circles or perhaps not even go anywhere. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm not sure that makes any sense, to be honest. Yeah, for it to be a primary activity, it would have to be listed. So I don't know how you get a new primary activity that's not identified in the precinct.
But is there a title in the precinct saying primary activity?
Yeah,
there is. Yeah,
for each precinct plan, there's a list on the actual plan itself of primary activities, and that's reflected in the provisions as well.
So this policy, I asked Hamish about this. I think he said you'd still be non-complying if you came in with anything different.
Yeah, non-complying. Yeah, because you've got a list of incompatible activities, which so it seems to go straight to non-complying.
But it could, that policy might help you if you're seeking a non-compliant activity consent. Where I'm heading is that it seems to be important that these zones have been established. They've got quite a lot of infrastructure there already. They could be adapted reasonably or to a range of new technologies. And if those adaptions aren't facilitated in the plan, and we've heard evidence that many of these new technologies may all come within the life of the plan, where does someone go? Are you into a plan change or into a non-compliant activity that's not supported by objectives and policies? Is that really where your client would be?
Well, I'd hope not.
Hmm.
But yeah, just looking at the provisions. Yeah, I think I'd have to look closer at that, but I think it would go to non-complying. There is a restricted discretionary status where you don't meet all of the effects standards.
Yes.
But if you're not a primary activity or an ancillary activity, I think, yeah, you do click over to non-compliant.
But you could perhaps be an ancillary activity if the primary activity is producing electricity, and then there's something ancillary on site to use it. Perhaps it's just a question I have, and whether Mr. Wesney or whether Mr. Quinn had any thoughts, any help with that.
I think it certainly, if that is the case, then it certainly puts a lot of emphasis on getting the primary and ancillary activities right at the start, in terms of broad enough to look into the future.
And is there scope in your submission there, Cam, to do that?
Well, I think we're reasonably comfortable with the primary activities and ancillary activities that we've put forward.
Okay, all good. All right, those are my questions. Any follow-ups, David?
Just two, Stephen, thank you. So, Mr. Twigley, just in terms of the alternatives to the major facility zone, is the rural production zone the only valid zoning alternative?
Yeah, it is in the context of this plan. Yep.
Yep. Okay. There's nothing else in terms of the national planning framework, national planning standards that spring to mind?
No, I mean, I think the major facility zone is the ideal zone.
Yes.
Or no special purpose.
Yes, and the MPS promotes special purpose zones in any event, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah. What about other techniques? Mr. Quinn touched on designation. I wasn't too sure where he was going with that, but is that a technique that's open to Todd Generation, or are they a requiring authority, or can they become a requiring authority?
No,
they can't.
No, as I understand it.
Okay. Mr. Quinn, can you just confirm that?
Certainly, Commissioner, I touched on it to make that very point, that because
Yes.
we're not a requiring authority, we don't have that option and the flexibility that designations have.
Yes.
Hence the importance of the major facility zoning to us.
Yes. And so my question, Mr. Quinn, is Todd are not a requiring authority. Are they able to become a requiring authority?
Perhaps only by application to the minister.
Yes, as a network utility operator, or as a
Well,
electricity
that's the difficulty that wouldn't fit within that definition.
Yes, okay, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Quinn. And my final question, Mr. Twigley, was, sorry, I should have asked this earlier. I asked it of all the other planning witnesses. You made mention to the panel's interim guidance on strategic objectives, and you said that that in your view, the interim guidance supports the inclusion of the two sites. I think you've referred to a new strategic objective. Is that there are two new strategic objectives, IE1 and IE2? Presume you're referring to the latter?
Can you just refer me to the paragraph in my evidence? I know I've
Yes, 35, paragraph 35, page 8. So your second sentence, you acknowledge that the panel in their interim guidance have proposed a new strategic objective that recognises the wide range of energy resources, etc. I'm just checking that you're referring to IE2 in that sense.
Yeah, I believe it was.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much again, Cam, and thank you for your section 32 and your markup. Greatly appreciated. Stephen, was there any other final points you wanted to make?
No, thank you, Commissioners. That concludes the points we wish to make.
Yes, and thank you all for your attendance. Really appreciate not only Cam's thorough planning evidence, but certainly the evidence from Chris and Nick. While it's an area I'm reasonably familiar with, each location, each plant is always different, and appreciate your legal submissions too, Stephen. Looks like we've got a way forward that's going to be efficient for you and your client.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Cam, I think we'll stay with you, and you will move on to the OMV New Zealand Limited and the Marta Tank Farm operators.
Yeah, thank you for that. So the evidence for these two is pretty straightforward, I think. Probably doesn't need too much explanation. So just starting off with OMV, I thought maybe just happy to answer questions because it was quite straight up.
David, I'll signal I don't have any questions. I found your evidence clear, but David may have some.
Can we just go to your appendix, Mr. Twigley, on that?
Sure.
And maybe you could just highlight those changes in that.
Sure. So that the first one was policy 3, and that was that one that we just discussed.
Yes.
For ore.
Yeah, that's, yep.
The second point.
What's that?
Standard 1. And that was just adding the word additional to matter of discretion 7.
That's on maximum height, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes.
And that was to align with matter of discretion 4, where additional height.
Yes. Because it'll only be additional height. That's the net consideration, won't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
And then standard 3 was a consequential amendment.
On the setback from.
Yeah, so the standard around the setback from the coastal environment had been deleted, and then there was still a matter of discretion on the coastal environment. So that needed to come out as well.
So that's consequential.
Yeah.
Was that previously 10 meters?
20.
20. Okay. Oh, yes. Is that being deleted in its entirety? Oh, does it appear?
No,
I think it,
in its entirety, yeah.
Yes. That's a different recommended outcome for than for the port zone, which I don't expect you to appreciate, but it just struck me that there might be an inconsistency there. I don't know if Mr. Sten is still listening in, but I hadn't picked that up. Maybe Christine, we could just bring that to his attention, whether there is a potential inconsistency between.
Sorry, Commissioner, I am on the call, but could you just repeat that the two provisions?
This is a provision in the MFZ, Jacob.
Yes.
And the minimum setbacks, well, in this case, are for buildings and outdoor storage from the coastal environment of 20 meters has been deleted in the MFZ. And I was aware that there'd been a submission seeking a change to the setback in the port zone. I think it was 10 meters.
Correct.
Down to 5, I think.
This only applied in the mixed-use port area.
Yes.
That particular rule. Yes.
Okay. And I just wanted to know whether there was a consistency issue there between the two, or whether the the two locations are quite different, so as not to be comparable.
Okay, I might touch base with Hamish on that point and
Yeah.
have a look.
Yeah, sorry for bringing you in late on that piece. Okay, and back to you, Cam. That's it, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it for OMB.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, no further questions. They are very straightforward on that.
Oh, sorry. There is one. Oh, yeah, it was just an amendment to the precinct plan for the Pauakura production station.
Oh, yes, on page 15.
Yes.
Is that significant? Sounds significant.
Yeah, I've got some evidence on that point and reasons why. And it was something that we discussed, well, Commissioner Dacian and I discussed in the rural production zone hearing around drilling rigs. And so that's paragraph 18 to 21 of my evidence. And it was essentially to allow for a drilling rig, to go onto a site for a temporary period to undertake maintenance or drill a well or number of reasons. And the 55 meters was related to the Todd Energy Bentec rig, which is the largest or the tallest rig operating in Taranaki at 55 meters.
Yes. Putting aside the substantive part of whether it's warranted or not, the exemption, mechanically, where's the best place to do that? Is it in the standard dealing with maximum heights as an exemption, or is it on the precinct plan?
Well, the precinct plan or plans, so it's a common approach to them, does have a box on it with specific provisions that relate to the precinct plan, and one of those is commonly maximum height.
Okay, so I mean, I can't read it, Cam, but presumably precinct 7 does have a maximum height, does it?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
Yeah.
And okay, I'll take your word for that. Well, so it wasn't what it used to be. Too many of these hearings. What is the prevailing height in the precinct plan then?
I know you're going to test my eyes.
Although it might be in your evidence, is it?
Yeah, it is.
18, paragraph 18.
That's small.
20 meters.
Yeah, 20 meters.
Yeah.
Except for heaters and flare stacks up
Yes.
to 36, I think it is.
Okay. So this sort of exemption presumably would need to apply to other stations. It's just that you've asked for it in relation to this one.
No, it's specific to the Pauakura production station, and the difference there from a lot of the other major facility zones is it has an operational well site.
Okay.
Which none of the other major facility zones do.
Yes, of course, the big pink block. Yep. Okay. What was just remind me, what was the officer's recommendation on that particular relief? Is it contested still?
I think it is, yes.
Okay.
Just to round out, Cam, yours and my discussion in the previous hearings, just ask you a question about the bringing rigs on to establish well sites is a common maintenance. Not that common, but from time to time, rigs are needing to be brought onto a site to work over existing wells. Is that correct?
Yeah, work over, maintenance as well. So, getting the sand out of the well bore, fixing casing, those types of general maintenance activities that you need to regularly do to maintain an operational well.
Yes. So on that basis, you think it would be reasonable to have a height limit that specifies that specific activity, not in terms of permanent structures?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Yes. These tend to come on the back of a truck, don't they? And then they hoist them up. Is that?
Yeah, a number of trucks. So they arrive in a whole lot of different parts, and then they're assembled on site. And then at the end of the job, they're disassembled, and the trucks come in and take them away to the next site that they're operating on. So, yeah.
What sort of duration of time period are we talking about?
We've asked for 6 months. But often there's a number of variables with how long a rig will be on site. Depends if it's drilling a well. It depends whether it's one well or 2 well campaign. And it can depend on how deep the well is. Some wells are sort of 2 kilometres deep. The deepest in Taranaki might be 5. So you've got a corresponding, longer time frame for drilling. You may encounter some issues with the drilling, so it takes longer. Different rigs operate differently.
Sure.
There's a number of variables going on.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you, Cam. We will take a break now to 3:15. Was there anything else, Cam, or was that?
I was just going to say I've still got the Ormata.
Yes.
Oh, of course.
Operators.
Yep. All right.
And that's very,
You're a man of many hats. So let's go on to Ormata now.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long. So I might just go straight to my appendix.
Yes. Yes.
Just run through those changes.
The first one is on page 10, I think.
Thank you. Page 9.
On 9.
Yeah, so it was standard one.
Yes. Yes.
The same point around the additional height.
And similarly on page 10, same point with the setback, matter of discretion.
That's right. And then don't think there were any other points. Yeah, just those 2 points which you have already discussed. So that's it.
Nothing further from me in terms of questions.
And nothing further from me, Cam. Appreciate your assistance again. And we will take that break and we'll return at 3:15. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Slyfield.
Thank you. Hopefully you can hear me okay.
Yep.
Very good.
Just make sure David's there. Sorry, he's
yeah.
He's like we're waiting, so we'll just wait for him.
Okay, I think we're all here now. So as I said this morning, my name is Morgan Slyfield. I have provided a very succinct written submission, which you may or may not have had a chance to look at. It is very brief, but I will just talk you briefly through the matters that are covered there and introduce you to the evidence that you're going to hear from the 3 witnesses for Port Taranaki. I think I can probably skip the first couple of paragraphs that are pure introduction, if you have that submission in front of you. In respect of the port zone, which is the subject of this part, at least, of today's hearing, the port's presentation is limited to a few key issues, which I have outlined in the written submission. There are additional matters raised in the written submission and further submission as originally filed by the port, and council officers have recommended many of those be accepted. And of course, those matters are entirely supported by the port, as you'd expect, and you won't hear from me or any of the port's witnesses in respect of those matters, because we are in agreement with the officer's recommendations. What I have said at paragraph 4, and I think this is just important for the record, is that we have not attempted in the evidence that you're going to hear today to deal exhaustively with every aspect of what was covered in the port's submission that is relevant to this hearing. So there is a subject area where, and I don't, by saying a subject, mean to imply that it's a single matter. There are subjects within the port's original written submissions or further submissions which aren't agreed by council officers. In other words, the recommendations by council officers have been to reject, that we're not going to be addressing today. And in respect of those, that's because those are not the key issues that the port wishes to focus its attention on. In respect of those matters, the port simply wishes to reserve the position as expressed in its original written and further submission.
Mr. Slyfield, I want to ask you about that submission. So, what are you actually telling us? Are you telling us that there's some matters that you don't agree with, that you're not bringing evidence on, and you just wish to preserve your position? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that's a fair statement, and a useful tool would be the table that was prepared by officers that goes through comprehensively listing those submission points that are accepted or rejected. Where they have rejected them, if they are key matters for the port, you're going to hear about them today. But there are a handful of, in my terms, incidental matters that they have rejected that are not key to the port, that you're not going to hear about. That's not to signify that the port has accepted that officer recommendation. The port still maintains the position as expressed in its original submission.
That sort of puts us in a bit of a cleft stick, though, doesn't it, as decision makers, Mr. Slyfield? We've actually given specific directions that evidence is to address matters of disagreement. And in paragraph 13 of Ms. Carter's evidence, she does confirm that this evidence specifically focuses on remaining areas of disagreement which are of particular concern to the port. So I just want to understand what we're dealing with. Are we dealing with matters that are minor, that are still important, or don't need require evidence, or just help us here?
Yes, look, I understand exactly what you're saying. Perhaps will be best if when we get to Ms. Carter's evidence, she could give you some examples, and that might help clarify your understanding of the scale of what we're talking about here, and perhaps some of the reasons why those aren't addressed. But I can signal, for instance, that there are certain matters that were covered in the port's original written submissions that were put in as matters that the port was aware would be of concern to some of its partners and some who rely upon the port, that weren't necessarily matters that the port in for itself wished to pursue proactively. So there are some that fall into that category by way of a signal. But when we get to Ms. Carter's evidence, I think she can probably give you a little bit more guidance. And I'm happy, if you want to go there now, I'm happy to hand over to her now.
My concern really is if there's matters that go to contention that we don't understand about and can make a good decision around, we don't know about those unless someone is bringing those to our attention, and the 42A officer can respond, then we can deal with those in our deliberations, our decision making. I just want to make sure there's nothing substantive that, for example, if they weren't agreed, the port will be lodging an appeal on because we haven't dealt with them. I'm thinking about the good decision making process here, Morgan, if you can understand that.
Yeah, totally understand that and endorse that approach. And I think the perhaps the best way to express that, I can't say what the port may or may not do by way of appeals in the future. I can't tie the port's hands in that way, and I don't have any instructions that would allow me to do that. But I think you can take it that the port has sieved the matters and put in the basket that you're going to hear today all those that are of that kind of significance. Okay. So I can't eliminate altogether the possibility of appeals on other matters, but I can signal to you very strongly that my understanding of the exercise that's been undertaken evidentially here is you really are getting the matters of importance to the port, the key issues.
Yes.
Stephen, can I come in here, because as the chair will understand, this is an important consideration for the way in which we deliver our decisions. And we'll, without giving too much away, we'll probably be adopting an exceptions approach, Mr. Slyfield, to that exercise. And if you've used the term evidential basis just in your preceding answer, if there's a matter that's subject to a reject recommendation in the report, and we've received planning evidence on it by way of the 42A report, but there's no planning evidence from the port or any other submitter that wishes to avail themselves of that position through evidence, then it really doesn't leave the decision-making panel with much option, does it?
I agree with that.
We're not. It's not our role to introduce our own evidence, is it?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Thank you. I'll continue then from paragraph 6 of the written submission, which deals with the first of the key matters for the port, which is height controls. The proposed plan is notified provides a permitted height of 20 metres for port operational area A and 8 metres for area C. For reasons that will be addressed in Mr. Dingle's evidence, these limits do not reflect the port's operational requirements. For reasons that will be addressed in Ms. Williams and Ms. Carter's evidence, these limits have also been set using information, and I've referred there to the estimated structure height in Mr. Bain's landscape assessment, that are not accurate and do not reflect the real heights of present port-related structures. And I might add there, that's not meant as a criticism, particularly of Mr. Bain. It's simply that the information he was relying upon contained inaccuracies based on Mr. Dingle's evidence. While Ms. Williams is therefore supportive of Mr. Bain's perceptual line limit approach for setting height limits, she does not support the limit as presently proposed. Ms. Williams' evidence is that a more nuanced set of building heights could be established that would not devalue views of Paretutu or obscure other important visual relationships in the coastal environment, and would better reflect the complexity of the relevant views and the operational needs of the port. The port relies on Ms. Williams' evidence, supplemented where relevant by Mr. Dingle's evidence and Ms. Carter's, to submit that the height limits should be amended. Given the matters of disagreement apparent between Ms. Williams and Mr. Bain, one option for the commissioners, which the port would support, would be to direct expert conferencing between these landscape witnesses to explore whether some refinements may be agreed. And I'll pause there just to say, I say that's one option because another option is simply to take the degree of assessment that you've been provided by Ms. Williams, if you place weight on her evidence, and amend the height limits in the manner that I think Ms. Carter's evidence outlines, which pick up and responds to those that landscape assessment from Ms. Williams. But I think, and Ms. Williams can elaborate on this when she's giving her evidence, it's fair to say that probably probably doesn't achieve quite the degree of nuance that she is in her evidence supportive of. And so I've highlighted here that another option for you would be to get Mr. Bain and Ms. Williams in a room together to see whether they could actually agree what those nuances might be, and in fact whether they agree on the more fundamental issue that there are some embedded inaccuracies in the assessment that Mr. Bain has undertaken to date. The second topic for the port is the activities in the mixed-use port area. The port is concerned that Rule R3 does not provide for an appropriate range of port activities in the mixed-use port area. By way of an example, it will not provide for activities associated with offshore wind farm operations, which Mr. Dingle will say are a likely part of future port operations, as the port actively seeks to support Taranaki's transition to renewable energy production and export. The port relies on Ms. Carter's evidence that issues of scale can be addressed by activity standards and need not limit the identification of permitted activities. Accordingly, the port seeks the amendments described in Ms. Carter's evidence, which will facilitate an appropriate range of port activities in the mixed-use port area. The third topic is matters of discretion. Ms. Carter's evidence will address the port's concern with the officer's recommendation of an additional matter of discretion to rules R2 to R6 and R12, namely a requirement to consider adverse effects on non-scheduled features. It is questionable whether there is scope for this addition. Further, as Ms. Carter's evidence will address, the recommended addition creates considerable ambiguity and uncertainty and undermines the restricted discretionary activity status. For these reasons, the port submits the additional matter of discretion should not be included. Fourthly, and finally, the coastal environment, which you've touched on already today. Ms. Carter and the reporting planner are in agreement that the port should be exempt from the coastal environment rules, but disagree over the application of the coastal environment policy. The port relies on Ms. Carter's evidence. Where restricted discretionary status in the port zone is triggered, there is already an appropriate array of assessment matters that properly reflect Port Taranaki's functional and operational need to be located in the coastal environment, and accordingly the coastal environment policies should not be triggered. Now that covers the matters that I had signaled I would cover in my written submission. There was one other matter that I wanted to touch on before I open up for any questions more broadly, and that's to come back to your references this morning, Commissioner Daish, to the Port Otago decision and the case law, the relevance of that case law for present circumstances. Maybe just dealing with the decision itself first to say we're talking there about the Court of Appeals decision in Port Otago against Environmental Defence Society, which came out in July last year and concerned a proposed regional policy statement policy and whether it was appropriately giving effect to the avoidance policies of the NZCPS to do with landscape and natural character. And we have there, I think, a very strong signal from the Court of Appeal that reinforces the king salmon precedent that avoid means avoid and is a bottom line requirement, and therefore that a regional policy statement that sets out options in the hierarchy beneath avoid, such as remedy and mitigate, is not giving effect to the NZCPS policy. If I can go from that very broad overview of what the case confirmed to present circumstances, I think I would want simply to say that I don't know that it has particular relevance here. Clearly, we have the NZCPS in play, and the same policies are in play because we do have some landscape and natural character features that are well identified in the evidence that you've got in front of you. But I don't think we have anything that comes anywhere close to the type of policy question that was being thrown up in that case. Rather, I think the situation here is very much, well, on the basis of Mr. Bain's evidence, there is a suggested height limit. The presumption is that beneath that height limit, and this is a presumption that I think Ms. Williams' evidence endorses, beneath that height limit, there is no impact, there is no adverse effect on the relevant landscapes or natural features. So no issue is triggered by development beneath the height limit. And then, of course, above the height limit, you're simply into a discretionary assessment, which can take account of what level of adverse effect there is, and if it's necessary to avoid that effect in keeping with the NZCPS policies, then that would, of course, be the expected outcome. So we're not here dealing with quite the same situation in the sense that I don't see in any of the suite of proposed plan provisions any provisions that don't give effect to the avoidance policies of the relevant parts of the NZCPS. I think that's probably all I need to say on the topic, but I'm happy to discuss that further or take any questions from you on that or any other related matters.
I'm interested in it because you're suggesting that, or firstly, is this port area within the coastal, or is it covered by the NZCPS? It's in the coastal area that the NZCPS is relevant?
Yes.
And it's within the area of the coastal regional coastal plan as well?
Yes.
Yes. And from what I can understand, I think the position of the port is that the coastal environment objectives, policies and rules should not apply. We should just exit the coastal environment from the port precinct area and just rely on the objectives and policies and rules associated with that. But really what I'm looking for some legal submissions on is we are in the coastal environment. The NZCPS is relevant. The coastal environment section of the plan draws on that and on the RPS policies in terms of giving effect to those coastal matters that are covered by the NZCPS. So, you know, what's the legal position for not having any link through the coastal environment part of the district plan through to those high-level documents?
Well, the standard, of course, is whether or not you've given effect to the NZCPS in the case of that relationship. And so I think the way I would put it is there's nothing in any of the higher order instruments that dictate how one gives effect to those higher order provisions. If we were to end up in a situation where the port was exempt from the coastal environment policies and objectives, but was nevertheless subject to a suite of port objectives and policies, it simply becomes a question of whether those provisions are adequate to give effect to the NZCPS provisions. And I think the fundamental position the court is advancing on the basis of Ms. Carter's evidence is that is the case, that the provisions that are already within the port zone chapter or the port zone precinct are sufficient to do that work. That there is no need to have, in addition to those or alongside or supplementing and perhaps confusing in some ways the coastal environment objectives and policies.
I can see the duplication issue, but these overlays, the coastal environment chapter is an overlay chapter, isn't it?
It is.
So there'll always be an underlying zone that has its own objectives and policies rule framework.
That's my understanding.
Yes. So that's no different to the major facility zones that have this overlay in terms of just the planning construct, and the reasons why you might exempt major infrastructure from an overlay chapter. Is there any?
You may be right on that. I can't really offer you a view in respect of that proposition, but I'm sure Ms. Carter could.
Okay, well, we'll talk to Mrs. Carter about that some more. David, do you have any other questions before we move to evidence?
Thanks, Stephen. Yes, I do. It's difficult to know where to start, to be honest, because I'm trying to draw a line between what's a legal question, what's a substantive merit question. And I think I'll limit myself to this one question. If we adopt the approach, Mr. Slifer, that you're saying that on the question of giving effect to the NZCPS, it's not if we just decide it's a matter of how that's given effect to, and you've invited us to adopt that question, we have to decide on the question of appropriateness of those provisions, do we not? Under section 32. So
yes.
If you, let me rephrase it. If you're saying that the port zone provisions might give effect to the NZCPS, just in a slightly different way than the coastal environment provisions do, we need to consider the appropriateness of those provisions and giving effect.
I think that's fair. Yeah.
Yes. Do we need to go beyond the objectives of the port zone to do that? I've always understood section 32 to ask two questions. The first one, are the objectives appropriate in the sense of giving effect to the Act and the higher order documents under that Act? And then once you've landed that question, to then ask the question, are the provisions that sit under those objectives, the policies and rules, are they appropriate means of giving effect to the objectives that you've already discussed in terms of giving effect to the Act? That's my way, rightly or wrongly, the way I've approached section 32. And that's why I've asked that question. If that's vaguely right, do we need to go beyond the objectives in considering that first question about giving effect to the Act?
I hesitate to endorse the description of vaguely right.
Of course.
I think that is certainly part of the exercise. My only hesitance is that the theme that is very clearly coming through in this case law about the bottom line nature of the NZCPS avoidance policies, I believe, and my submission to you is that although the structure you've outlined that requires you to look at the appropriateness of objectives is correct and then look at lower order provisions relative to that, I don't think you would be upholding necessarily the bottom line nature of the higher order policies if you were to leave it there. I think there is a secondary level of assessment, and it's hard to describe how this would make the overall assessment any different in a sort of an abstract way. But what I'm saying, a secondary level of assessment would be to look at any of the lower order provisions to ensure that they have not somehow in the exercise translated into provisions that do fall foul of the bottom line. It's hard to see how that would happen, provided they are in fact properly linked to and giving effect to the objective in the district plan objective. But I do think that closes the loop, as it were.
I understand what you're saying, but if you're inviting us to substitute the port zone objectives and the policies and provisions, but focus on the objectives for the coastal environment objectives, and we look at those port zone objectives, they're really about protecting an important physical resource that has special operational and functional needs to ensure the safe and efficient operation of the port is not constrained. And then there's some mention whilst ensuring the adverse environmental effects of activities are avoided, remedied, or mitigated. But that's that last phrase, which is the second part of Objective 2, that is the only one that really gives a nod to the environmental outcomes in the NZCPS.
I wonder if I could just interrupt here for a moment, as I think that we're taking the argument of the ports too far, and perhaps if we discuss these when I discuss the planning evidence, because we're not assuming that there's no objectives and policies for the coastal environment that would apply to resource consent applications, for example, for a non-complying or discretionary activity. Because I think the planner who's done the Section 42 report for coastal environment has basically said, exclude the rules, but keep the port in the coastal environment. Now, if the port were to accept that, well, then we would have to accept that a resource consent application for a discretionary activity or non-complying activity would have to bring in the coastal environment objectives and policies. So I don't think we're disputing that at this particular point in time. But, if that, that's my understanding of the argument that I've put in my evidence. So just clarifying that we're probably going down a little bit of a rabbit hole that I wasn't intending in my evidence.
No, I guess the difficulty I have with that, Ms. Carter, is that's an answer in relation to exercising the provisions once they're settled as a consideration type approach. What we're talking about at the moment is plan making objectives and policies, and there's certainly a test there from the Act that the provisions, the objectives, measuring the objectives for the zone against the Act, and the manifestation of the Act, of course, is the NZCPS in terms of that higher order document regime. So, I was a little bit surprised that you, Mr. Slyfield, and yourself had indicated that you and the officer were on the same page in terms of accepting that the objectives, policies, and rules wouldn't. The rules and policies wouldn't apply to the zone, to the port zone. I think that was Mr. Slyfield's submissions at
12.
At 12, and you repeated them at 13, I think. Oh no, not 13. It was later on. Sorry, I did make a reference of it. I can't find it at the moment, but I wasn't sure, having heard from Mr. Stenner this morning, that he was as certain as you are in terms of where the matters of disagreement lie. I thought he was more sitting on the fence at this stage.
Is that a question for me to? I don't want to take away from that Morgan is addressing his submission. So some of this will come through when you ask me the questions in the planning. But I have quickly looked at the Coastal Environment Section 42 report in the break to see what the planner is recommending in that report. So that may be that Mr. Stenner hadn't seen that.
Okay, you were talking. Okay, so you were talking about the Coastal Environment report as opposed to the port report. Sorry, my misunderstanding there. Because I certainly didn't think there was a level of agreement that you suggested between yourself and Mr. Stenner.
Yeah, so my point, which we'll get to in the planning, is to do with the matters that are added on to matters of restricted discretion. They're not about policies that might apply for a full discretionary activity or a full examination under non-complying activity. So my pickup in the Section 42A report for the port zone is the suggestion that all those matters of policies would be added to matters of restricted discretion.
So, okay, just to put this to bed then,
Yeah, I
on
think-
paragraph 67 of your evidence, when you're referring to the reporting planner, are you referring to Mr. Stenner or Ms. Macbeth?
Mr. Stenner.
And you're saying that he's generally comfortable with an approach whereby the Coastal Environment Chapter rules can exempt the port, but consider this will leave a policy gap in respect to NZCPS policies 13 and 15.
That's what he says, yeah.
Okay.
But I don't think it leaves a policy gap.
No. Okay. I didn't realise that you and Mr. Stenner were in agreement though on the rules component.
Yes. And I think if you look at Ms. Macbeth, she's also agreeing to the rules component.
Thank you for that.
Could
It
I
is
just
confusing.
quickly jump in there as well, Commissioner, and confirm that yes, that's correct. We were in agreement in relation to the rules aspect, so long as these where we differ, I suppose, is in that in those matters of discretion and bringing those policies through in that way.
And that's what Mr. Slyfield is saying in paragraph 12.
Yep. Well, that's the way that's being described, it makes that a very narrow consideration between competing evidence.
Yes.
Yeah. Still leaves me with my wider legal question to Mr. Slyfield about the appropriateness of objectives. And what's your, well, we'll get onto it, but what's your position on objectives, Ms. Carter? That do you think the objectives in the port zone are fit for purpose? Do they give effect to the Act and the instruments under it? And particularly the NZCPS? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Okay, so if I was going to answer this question now, the objectives, I think you are relying, just like you said, on that objective too. I don't think it's necessarily obvious that it's going to capture those avoid policies in the coastal environment, but it's there. When you look at the policies that give effect to the objective, of course, if you look at policy 7, you have got managing the height, bulk, location of buildings activities to minimize adverse effects on identified features and the coastal environment. So you've got that in the
as a policy.
As a policy in the port zone. There's also ports P10, which talks about important public and cultural viewpoints, Paratutu, Namutu, and Tupi. So they are in the port zone. So in the context, I think the objective in the port zone is a little bit weak. If I was to redraft it, you might do something a bit more nuanced, but it is there and it is followed through with the policy. So
okay,
I'd say good enough, but not excellent.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to go back and repeat my question to Mr. Slyfield once, just for the record, and that is in terms of our Section 32 responsibilities, is the first and primary test to determine whether the objectives of the zone, in this case the port zone, give effect to the Act, and in particular the higher order document known as the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. Can we do that on a comparison between the objectives of the zone and the provisions of the Act and its instruments?
Just can I check? You cut out, your mic cut out just as you mentioned the section. I think you referred to Section 32.
32.
And
yes, I think it might be from your end, Mr. Slyford. Your screen's just frozen on me.
Sorry, is that better?
It is.
Sorry, we're hitting the my household is the 3 o'clock peak when device usage increases. The surge occurs in the suburb that I'm sitting in. So yes, I'm agreeing with your proposition, Commissioner.
Yes, Ms. Carter just in answering that same question, took me to the policies, not the objectives. And that
she did.
Yep. But she also did say that she thought the policies could be better formulated.
The objectives, I thought.
Sorry?
The objective.
Sorry, the objective, sorry. It's long in the day. You're right. Objectives could be better formulated.
And we're not discounting the objectives of the coastal environment in this argument.
Okay.
Well, where do you say that though? I mean, Mr. Slyfield hasn't said that. Do you say that? Mr. Steiner hasn't said that. I haven't read Ms. Macbeth's 42 acres. It's only just come out. Does someone say that?
No, not specifically, because we're focusing on the restricted discretionary activity, and the policy's been added to the matters of restricted discretion. We're not discounting them from an application that's discretionary or non-complying, because if we accept Ms. Macbeth's evidence or Section 42 report, the port would still be in the coastal environment. So in the round in a resource consent application that was discretionary or non-complying, you would be quite within your rights to bring up the objectives and policies of the coastal environment.
In fact, under all scenarios, the port will remain in the coastal environment overlay. It's just what applies from that. That's at least one thing that's been agreed.
Yes.
Okay. Stephen, I apologise. We got ourselves into a bit of a hole here, but maybe the issue is a lot more simpler than I'm thinking. But I am trying to have some regard to what our responsibilities under Section 32 are. If it's as narrow as what are the matters of discretion, then I'm happy to hear Ms. Carter on that. I didn't appreciate. Well, I still don't know that it is as narrow as that. But I guess we'll see once we get into your evidence, Ms. Carter.
Yes, let's proceed on and deal with this by way of evidence. Thank you, Morgan, for your assistance. We may have misread what's been asked for, so apologies in advance if that's the case. But we'll tease it out through this process we're going to follow through now.
Very good. And so the order of witnesses for the port will be Mr. Dingle first, followed by and then Ms. Carter. So I dare say you might be waiting with bated breath for Ms. Carter's evidence. But obviously, what has to come from Mr. Dingle and Ms. Williams needs to proceed, she says, because she relies on both of them.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So. Greetings back again, Ross. You'd just like to take us through the highlights of your evidence?
Thank you. I'm going to just try and share my screen. And I don't think I can. Oh, this will do it. Hopefully you'll be able to see page 1 of my appendix, which is a Area A inside port secure area and some images. Oh, let's go share.
Yes, that's come up.
Excellent, thank you. So I'm going to refer to that shortly. I'll take my evidence is read, or my submission is read, and I just want to go through some key points, and then please feel free to interrupt and ask questions as I go through. So I think, firstly, just to reiterate, and it's been mentioned before, the port is a significant regional company. It enables nationally important transport and logistics activities over the Lower North Island. We facilitate 5 million tonnes of trade annually, and that's typically generated through forestry, oil and gas, and agricultural feeds and fertilisers. It's a lifeline utility supporting importation of fuel for the region. It's a dynamic asset for the region, and I think we talk in here about evidence by short-term adaptation, and there's some examples of that which I'd like to just mention. Windblades is covered within this report. We're currently doing a lot of work for the Tui oil field decommissioning, and more recently with world logistics issues around containers, we're now exporting frozen meat from Port Taranaki. So we've got to move quite quickly as required by the market to make sure that international and national supply chains are maintained. Port Taranaki been working alongside customers operating significant and regionally and nationally important supply chain facilities in and around the port zone. And I'm going to mention some customers because I want to refer to them in Appendix 1. And those are Methanex, Viterra, Agrifeeds, Wholesome and Golden Bay Cement. And just noting that those customers currently operate in buildings of varying heights. And if we have a look at what I've put on the screen there, we can see that in the top left we have a number of tanks. They're at 20.25 metres tall. The middle tank there is used to store bitumen for Downer Road Sciences. Shed 7, which is on the bottom left of the screen, has a building height of 30.675 metres, and Mr. Bain estimated that height to be 20 metres. So we'll see some more about that when Julia presents her evidence. In the bottom middle shed, that houses PKE and animal feed for Agrifeeds. That building's 14.9 metres. We've got the cement silos. I've mentioned Wholesome and Golden Bay Cement. They exceed 20 metres, so they're 22.8 metres each. They're in the port area A on the planning map. And of course, we've got the chimney there, which might not be a good example, but I'm going to give it anyway. That's sitting at 198 metres within the port area A. In addition to this, Port Taranaki's actively pursuing opportunities to support Taranaki's transition to renewable energy, for both production and export. And this could culminate in Port Taranaki supporting both renewable energy production stations onshore, but also supporting a thriving offshore wind sector. And the reason why I say that is because the World Bank has analysed out the best wind resources on the planet, and New Zealand ranks within the top 6. And it just so happens that Taranaki and Southland are the best wind resources in New Zealand. So there's quite a lot of interest at the moment to develop offshore wind in the region, and Port Taranaki sees itself as a key enabler to allow that to happen. And in fact, during December 2021, Venture Taranaki released their concept paper, Power to X, and used Port Taranaki as a case study. And I've included that within my appendices. And there's various elements that are associated with offshore wind. First of all, there's the construction period itself. And then secondly, there's the operation and maintenance of wind farm facilities. And we've seen some really good examples around the world where ports have pivoted. I know that's a bit of a cliche term these days, but pivoted towards supporting those industries very successfully. And in my report, I talk about Grimsby and southern New Jersey as examples where they've successfully been able to do that and develop a really thriving industry around offshore wind. We're currently working actively with international organisations that are certainly looking to develop renewable energy within our port zone. I can't go into any detail on that at the moment because it's subject to confidentiality agreements. But what I'd say is that a typical and plausible scenario for a renewable energy production station would see the construction of storage facilities of at least 15 metres high and some towers reaching up to 30 metres high. Our New Plymouth Power Station site, which encompasses both Area A and Area, let me just make sure I've got this correct, Area C on the map would be an ideal location for such a facility. And in fact, there's some due diligence being carried out at the moment to establish whether the latest organisation looking at our port would want to utilise that space. But for them to be able to do that, they certainly need to be able to build structures that are going to support their their project. Obviously, I'm going to actually skip that next piece because I think we've talked about that. The former New Plymouth Power Station site, I've just mentioned that. I just want to talk about, and I've also spoken about offshore wind. So I guess I'd finish off by saying the ability to predict and forecast changes of this magnitude is difficult. But that said, Port Taranaki needs to maintain flexibility to accommodate the changing nature of trade and the types of products traded as society adapts to changing global expectations. Our customers' ability to store products on land owned by Port Taranaki and the efficient transport throughout the port provides logistics supply chain options critical to the economic well-being of the region. The proposed New Plymouth District Plan and the port zone must ensure that Port Taranaki has the ability to support trade for the region. I'm just going to go to the next, so it's page 2 of my appendices. Did I just look over that? Page 2. In fact, I'm going to page 3, and in particular, I want to just quickly reflect on Area B and Area, with me, Area B and Area E. Now, Area E currently is a mixed-use zone, and Ms. Carter will talk about how the current restrictions in the proposed plan would not allow us to utilise that for an offshore wind project. The image I've got in there at the moment is the Waipipi wind farm blades, which were stored there. It's an ideal area simply because it's a very large flat area close to the port, which facilitates not only the construction opportunities for offshore wind, but ongoing operations and maintenance as well. And I think that, well, certainly in our submission, we'd like to see that that area enables us to do that because my view is that with the move to renewable energy and the likelihood that there will be offshore wind supporting New Zealand, and that would be vital infrastructure, needs to be supported by the port, and we need to be able to allow that to happen by having, I guess, reasonable and practical height limits on those areas. That's probably all I want to say at this point, and I'm happy to take questions.
Ross, I just have a question about this image here.
Yes.
The shed 8 you've got in the yellow there, Fitzroy Yachts, Now Manor Homes. What's that? Manor Homes.
So Manor Homes, they build small homes, and they build them within the warehouse, and then they literally put them on a truck and transport them to their final destination.
Wow. Yes. So that's just highlights what a vast array of things do happen in and around ports. As an example. So I also had a question just about your the case study that was done by Venture Taranaki about the ability of the port to respond to a major offshore wind project, and I've also read the backgrounds about Taranaki being a pretty favourable looking place for that renewable energy source. So it seems to me that the port's not constrained by